pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I hope everybody had a beautiful day yesterday and enjoyed themselves. And our Corporation Counsel will introduce the two gentlemen we have tonight for our executive session. Roll call.
I'm gonna do the roll call and then read the call of the meeting, okay? Councilman Gary Donovan did say he was going to be showing up late. Councilwoman Colleen O'Connor.
Councilwoman Colleen O'Connor, Council at Large here.
Councilman Ronald Quagliani.
Council at large, present.
Councilwoman Bridget Haskey.
Present.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite.
Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite, 2nd District, present.
Councilwoman Sarah Ackervalley.
Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali, 3rd District, present.
Councilman Mitchell Gallignano was absent. Councilwoman Robin Watt Hamilton.
Councilwoman Robin Watt Hamilton, 5th District, present.
Councilwoman Catherine Tucker is absent. Councilman Victor Boris is absent. Councilman Robert Bruno.
Councilman Robert Bruno, 9th District, present.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone, 10th District, present.
And Chairman Peter Mazzaro.
Chairman Pino Massaro is present. Okay, Lee, you got the floor.
Commissioner.
Well, no, she wants to
Just
read the
call
call of
the
the meeting.
I'm gonna read the call of the meeting, okay? West Haven City Council notice agenda of special meeting, May 31st, 2022, 5 p.m. In accordance with rule number 11 of the rules governing the actions of the City Council, Chairman Massaro has called a special meeting of the West Haven City Council to be held at 5 p.m. on Tuesday, May 31st, 2022. The meeting will be held at City of West Haven, 355 Main Street, 3rd floor, Council Chambers.
Thank you.
There you have it.
Thank you. I'll call you after my council meeting. Thank you so much.
Oh, yes, I will. So, before you go into executive session, let me introduce prominent attorney, Hartford attorney Joe Burns. Joe, like me, has snow on the top, meaning he's got experience. You'll be able to talk with him, quiz him. He especially has experience in this area of municipal investigation. He's brought along his very experienced partner, Attorney McGuigan. I am going to leave you in executive session so that you may question these folks without my interruption, but anybody can come get me if you think my services are needed. Again, as I've said to the council, if for some reason you don't find the process satisfactory, we can go back, but I assure you one thing, neither one of these attorneys will have a conflict of interest regarding this matter. So with that, I will leave you to go into executive session.
Thank you, Lee. Have a motion to go into executive session?
Chairman, I'll make a motion that we go into executive session to have a discussion with Attorney Joseph B. Burns regarding the investigation committee.
I heard a second?
Second.
All in favor? Motion passes. Somebody get the doors, please. Good evening, at 6:20, council meetings in session. At this time, I'm going to take nominations for liaisons for the investigation committee. Councilwoman Hosky,
I'd like to nominate Councilwoman Sarah Akbarali and Councilwoman Millie Garthwaite.
a second. Any other nominations? Any other nominations? Any discussion? Be advised, Colleen second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous. Passes. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we sign a letter of engagement with the firm Rome and McWigan, Attorney Joseph Burns and Attorney Ryan McWigan to lead our lead attorneys for the city council investigation into the audit findings, and that these attorneys will liaison not only with the council liaisons that just were voted upon, but also with the corporation counsel's office to obtain any information that they need to do their due diligence.
If I may change that, request a change of that. So you don't engage the attorney. You want to recommend that the corporation counsel engages.
That's what we want to do. You got that? Okay.
Need a recommendation.
That's the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Hosky. Any questions? Discussions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes. Thank you, gentlemen. You,
Thank you, gentlemen.
Mr. Burns, you want this copy?
Thank you. No, I actually haven't.
You got one?
I hope those are enough.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Okay.
I don't know, there's so much to
Ready?
Melly needs one,
And Sarah.
and Sarah, they're the two.
All right. Tonight is open, council as a whole for the ARPA funds to be distributed to the said communications. Mr. Carney's here, if we have any questions. Richie Spriger's also here to help us out. And Doug Coulter's here tonight. Communication A, the food bank support. I understand we have to read the resolution for that so they can get started on doing that. And, Ken, could you please explain how you're gonna go about doing this?
Sure. So the concept is that this will benefit West Haven organizations that are already successful in providing food. We are going to and have created a application. We'll advertise in the West Haven Voice, free of charge, this program. We will accept applications. We will review the applications and make a recommendation. as to who gets the funds. And there'll probably be a situation where they'll have to spend the money first and get reimbursed, something like that. We'll talk to our attorney and our grants writer about that.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Who wrote the resolutions?
Doug Coulter.
Okay. Where's our attorney? So you're our attorney?
He's
for
our
this?
attorney, correct? Yeah.
Okay, so he's the one that oversaw the writing of these resolutions to make sure you
No.
haven't? Okay. And I know that, our attorney Lee Tiernan didn't review them either. And from what I understand, unless, does resolution writing fall under Doug Coulter's job? Because I don't understand, with all due respect, attorney, why our attorney for the city of West Haven or our attorney from the ARPA would not have read this to ensure that it is. I know Lee Tiernan hasn't read any of them, and I don't understand that. I need an explanation as to why.
So we have an attorney by the name of Doug Corning.
He wrote the.
Yes,
You just said Doug did.
Doug Corning.
Doug Corning.
Yeah.
Okay, because I was really going to get upset.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
According to develop the boilerplate, the only thing I change is what's involved.
Mr. Chairman, may I speak to the concept of all these resolutions for a moment?
No, I don't want you to. I still want an answer to my question. I want to know why these resolutions have come before the city council without them being reviewed by either the city of West Haven attorney after Doug Coulter amended them.
I had him, he said he was gonna do these here, resolutions for all these projects.
Is Lee Tiernan gone for the day? Am I the only one that think that's crazy? I don't understand. Is Lee gone for the day? So are we calling Lee back here? I'll call Lee. I'd like to take a recess because this is insane.
Actually, you're out of order, really. I'm the one that calls a recess.
I'm out of order.
Yes, I'm the one that calls a recess.
Does it make sense to go over the concept of these quickly with the council?
We're on recess.
Okay.
Lee, is a question about these resolutions, that you weren't involved in them?
Well, I'm told that the prior contract attorney was involved with them. I'd have to double check that. That's possible. But I would have liked to have thought prior to today that, you know, I assigned a COVID attorney for all things COVID. So it would have been nice if I could have had that attorney review them. For a couple reasons. One is because it would free me up to do other things, but also he would know what you're trying to accomplish and be involved in the process from start to finish. So that would have been helpful. But you want to vote on these tonight, correct?
I tried to vote on some of them, yes.
I mean, the only problem you have is the legal role of council is only to designate generalized areas of spending and what you want to spend. That's, I know that this council wants to put sort of requirements on things that happen in your resolutions, and that's the difficult part, so that you add specified pieces to each resolution, which, you know, I'd have to go through and say, well, is this legal, is it not legal? If I can find the email or I can contact Attorney Corning, I don't know if I'll have success doing that right at this moment. I think what we've done in the past on these is you approve them subject to attorney review. And, because I would guess that 90% of them will be fine in the end, so there's no reason to delay. And if there's a problem, we just come back with it at your next meeting and fix the problem. So each resolution just say subject to council review. And Attorney Grudberg's here, so if he gets copies of each resolution, he's fine, he'll review them, and I'm sure, or his office and his people, so I'm sure we can move forward.
So if we pass these and there's a problem with the resolution, we could come back and fine tune it.
Yes, and so the intent would be to, obviously, it's not about, you know, I don't know, 100,000 to you know, expand the farmer's market or something. So it's not about 100,000 expand the farmer's market. It's if you guys, 100,000 expand the farmer's market, and we want an audit of all the apples sold on a monthly basis. So is it legal to require in the process, that would be the piece that you'd be looking at, that additional piece. The designation of the funds in the generalized way is what every municipality is doing, so you don't have a problem with that. So I think it moves the process forward, but I recognize the council wants the ability to make sure that, you know, you have what you feel is the proper oversight on all this. So we'll make sure you get that. And if there's any boo-boos in any of the resolutions, we'll get back to you very quickly so that you can correct them. But your intent is pretty clear in all these resolutions, if you vote in favor.
No.
Anybody any questions? Councilman Claudiani?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, and I don't know who to direct this to, so I'll direct it to the chair, and then you could. So on April 25th, we passed 3 resolutions regarding to ARPA spending, right, to go out and do more due diligence. One was the food support fund, one was the vac truck, and one was, I think, sidewalks. At that time, I remember specifically what the resolution was that we passed. It was a $400,000 total, and it was $100,000 in 4 buckets, whether it be school age, elderly, general community, and infrastructure support. So somewhere between then and now, someone changed what we voted on the 25th, right? So now the resolution says that the food support fund is $1 million, of which $100,000 will be dedicated to elderly support and $100,000 dedicated to school-based support services, which leaves $800,000 in the wind somewhere. So I guess my question is who changed the council's vote on the 25th?
I didn't.
Well, I don't know who to ask that to, because this resolution is different than what we passed on the 25th. Yeah, anybody, if anybody knows it.
So, these resolutions were given to me via an email from Diane, I think it is. Is it Diane? She's the council.
She's the council admin, yeah.
So, my understanding is that the administration is asking you to approve these resolutions, not change your existing resolution. You can clearly say, we're not gonna approve it. And I think that's the only change that was made, and I think the vac truck may have changed also.
But I guess who's the we? So the council controls the money, the council made a vote, a unanimous vote, I think, that we were gonna allocate $400,000 to, we had a lengthy conversation on how the finance department was gonna put out applications, and here's gonna be the 4 buckets. And a month or so later, we have a resolution that somebody decided that they changed it without notifying the council. So my question again is, listen, I get it. I need to have trust in the process before anybody else that could potentially have trust in the process. And it's not about the council, it's not about the ARPA committee. There's some other mechanism that's going on here that's intervening into this, that are changing things that don't have the authority to change them. So I don't know who that is, I don't know what entity that is, but the council controls the money, gives that to the ARPA committee to go and do their due diligence, which I thought we did on April the 25th, and we said, here's the food support, $400,000, this is how we want to put it out to bid. Everybody said yes, the finance department was good with it, and same thing that we did for the vac haul truck, and the same thing that we did for the sidewalks, and yet we have resolutions coming back to us like those never existed. And we're just gonna do what whoever we is wanna do. Well, that's not what I wanna do. What I wanna do is what we did on April the 25th, and now we waited 5 weeks to have another resolution, which means that nothing got accomplished in 5 weeks.
So what is the mechanism to ask the council to change something? We're here tonight to answer questions. These resolutions were given to me from the administration. The only way I know to communicate is to present a resolution which was presented to me. I'm up at the podium answering questions. If you guys, as a council, don't want to do that, that's your right. But I mean,
it's not about you or your committee. I think
No,
what I'm struggling with is that, listen, I looked at I'm sorry, we had this packet, the meeting was started and then it was canceled, and then for whatever the reason, we've gotten 2 or 3 of these individual packets, and then, yes, I'm sorry, I went through the packet today, and I looked and I said, well, I'm not sure why we would have any action item on the food, because we already did that in April, and then I look, and it's different. So I guess if somebody could tell me, why is this different than what the council's resolution was on the 25th? I'm open for suggestions if for some reason they decided, well, instead of 400,000, we're gonna make it 800,000, and instead of those 4 buckets, we're gonna have 2 buckets. I
think that's why we're here tonight, Ron, is to go over each one of these and answer questions, and it's just a request. No one's changed anything.
Okay.
These are requests in front of you. When I got the resolutions, I went through every one carefully. I'm prepared to answer questions. If I don't have an answer, I'll ask Doug to answer a question. But that's tonight. No one went behind anyone's back and changed anything. We sent you the resolutions that we're asking for approval. You don't have to approve them.
But we already passed a resolution on the food program. That's what I don't know what our action item is, and if Ken or Doug or Lee or somebody could tell me why the 25th resolution was decided that you need a new resolution with a different amount, I think that's what I want to hear.
I think well, I wish I knew this 4 minutes ago, but apparently, if you add up the numbers, that's a typo. It is 400,000. That's what he's telling me. So that's a typo.
Where's the typo?
It shouldn't say 1 million, it should say 400,000. The other 600,000 doesn't add up, it's not good.
Emily, 200,000.
So, I'll give up the floor in a minute, Mr. Chairman. I'm just trying to understand what our action items are this evening. So if we passed a resolution on this food support program, and it's the same as it was on the 25th, in my mind, there's no action that needs to be taken on that this evening. If the backhaul truck is different, then we need to, you know, Ken could explain what the difference is, and then we need to take action on that, or whatever else you think we need to do, but I didn't understand the food piece of it. So if it's an error and the 4 buckets are still the same, and we approved it on the 25th, for them to develop a program to put that out, then I don't know if there's any action required on this evening.
The clerk has a resolution.
I have the old one, if anybody wants to refer to the old one in case they don't have it. I could read it, or
Yeah.
do you need a copy
Yeah,
of it?
I'm looking for my copy now. If you have one, that'd be great.
I do,
Thank you.
as long as I get it back, please.
I'll get back to you.
When you say the old one?
The
you mean
first
on
one.
the
First.
24th?
The one that was
400,000.
approved on the
The original.
twenty-fifth, the original.
Not $1 million. 400,000.
Food ads have not gone out yet.
So, I mean, I'm good. If it's the same resolution we reacted on the 25th, Ken, and you can move forward with that resolution, and there's no action item, then I think we can move on to the
So-
next one. I just needed to clarify that.
May I, Mr. Chairman, may I speak for a moment? Here's the problem with the first resolutions, okay? Number one, the council's not considering the contingency and what happens when the bids come back. Number two, specifically on the food resolution, you asked for 3 bids. That's impossible. The resolution is defective, and that's why we're back here tonight. And when I left here last time, I was not given the okay to proceed with sidewalks or food. What I'm suggesting with these new resolutions is that the council hold on to all of the contingency money. As the bids come in, they're gonna come in low or they're gonna come in high. No one's coming in the exact number. I would then come back to the council, ask for additional funding out of contingency, or give you back money in contingency. That way, you control the checkbook, so to speak. These new resolutions speak to that, and what they say is, the ARPA committee has the right to go out to bid. Because the numbers will not match exactly, I'm gonna have to come back here and say, here is the lowest responsible bidder. Can I have $30,000 more, for example? Or here's $30,000 to put back in your contingency. That's the way this is supposed to work. At the present moment, we have 31 months left to spend almost $30 million. It's almost impossible to do that. The most I've ever spent is $2.5 million in a month with the high school, with 8 people with Gilbane, an entire architectural firm, a contract in place, a commissioning agent, and I was able to spend $2.5 million. Spending $1 million a month is almost impossible. Pretty soon, we're gonna start having meetings here about what to give back to the government. So each of these resolutions speaks to you controlling, as a council, the contingency money, and that gives you more engagement than you've asked for on the previous resolutions, which I can't work with because they're defective in the way they're written. The hope tonight was to clean this up, give you one pass at every one of the jobs. They're all consistent, you hold on to the contingency money, and we can get on with business here. That's the goal. And I apologize for the typo, but I wanted to go through each one, answer your questions. There's things in here you'll like, there's things you won't like as a council. We just need to get this money spent.
What's that?
You all set? Question?
I don't remember, that resolution says that we're requiring 3 bids
Yeah,
on every
the old one
single
does.
for, to actually feed kids who aren't eating. So then we can literally just amend this and take that out. Because I wanna just say this again, and I'm not sure who cares, but I care greatly that we have children, seniors, and people every day going to bed hungry. We are getting later and later. For the love of God, can we get this is literally, I care about a lot of stuff, but I care a great deal. So if this is what we need to amend, then let's just amend it. This, I don't know, all this other stuff, you know, the way this writes, it doesn't say that we're only dealing with West Haven entities. It doesn't say that the money is only going to be spent in West Haven. And we really need to do something. I've been asking for a couple of weeks now for us to have a meeting, so I really do want to get through this. I am just surprised that we are back here again about the food support and that we haven't moved forward. Like, we really, really, imagine what we would do if we were the ones going to sleep hungry. I just, can we just amend, can we, I don't know, can we make a motion to amend that, original
Yes.
resolution?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the original resolution to just put it out to bid and let our procurement director, who we hired, do his job, cause I am very sure he can.
So,
You
yeah,
have a
you-
second?
It is in that original, this resolution you're talking about amending?
the food. We're in the food.
Right,
Yeah,
that,
that's the one you're talking about.
The original one,
the original one. Can we make a motion to amend it to take out the 3 bids?
take the 3 bids.
You have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Ken, does that solve the issue?
It does, but it doesn't get you to your contingency. It's effective. The council should have the right, when the ARPA committee comes back, to move funds around. And you don't have that right the way that old resolution is written. The new resolution, if you wanna say West Haven only, which is understood by us, that's a better place to put it, because it gives you access to the contingency. Well, here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna come back here next month with some bids, right? I'm gonna say, guys, we missed the mark in this job, we're underfunded on this job, we need more money for this job, and you guys have to have a meeting and tell me what I can do and can't do. And when you look at the new resolutions, it gives you control of the contingency, and that's how it's supposed to work. So maybe I come back to you and I say, we have $500,000 in requests, they're all real, and here's what we have, can we please have $100,000 out of contingency? That may happen, may not happen, but without access to the contingency,
Okay, so
we got control.
can we just amend that? I don't know.
Well, alright, so
Yep,
somebody
I'm sorry,
take back
you're
the
right.
second and somebody take back the motion.
I'll take
We're gonna
back the
start
second.
over.
Yeah, I saw discussion. Okay.
Yeah.
Is this Attorney Grunberg?
Yes.
Okay. I'd love for you to weigh in on this. You know, I think that, you've kind of witnessed the flavor, right? So the council doesn't want to overly delay, yet the council wants to make sure that we do our due diligence. So it's really come down to not even so much the projects, if you will, but the narrative on the resolution. So I just want to make sure that you, as the attorney, that will review these, whether, hopefully going forward, you'll review them ahead of time, but, we'll make the stipulation that you review these, as one of the conditions of approval, but just want to make sure that if you had an opportunity to review those, if the way these are in structure and in form, they're appropriate for us, to move forward with.
Let me, well, first of all, let me introduce myself. I'm David Grudberg. I'm with Carmody, Torrance, Sandak, and Hennessy. We were engaged by the Corporation Council to assist, in particular, the ARPA committee in implementing its goal. Now, I think it's important that I lay out for all of you, and I appreciate, this is the first time I've had the opportunity to address the council, so I thank you for that. But I think it's clear that everyone understand the scope of what we were engaged to do, and perhaps most importantly, in response to your question, what we're not engaged to do, okay? my role, as I see it, is to help the ARPA committee implement the will of the city as implemented by proposals from the mayor's office and approved by this council. If X number of dollars is approved for Y project, I am going to assist the committee in making sure that the expenditure of those dollars is done in accordance with all applicable rules attached to those funds. So quite frankly, no one is talking about another audit report that came out right around the time I was engaged. Okay, so that's how I perceive my role. I was not involved in any of those resolutions, and frankly, nor do I perceive it necessarily to be within the job that I was hired to do. I don't, the council can decide how it wants to spend the money. Various projects have been proposed. I've reviewed all of them, and I understand the council can debate and vote and modify, approve, reject, do whatever it wishes. And my job, as we were engaged, is to make sure that the ARPA committee does what it was charged with doing, namely implementing the will of the people and the will of the council, does it correctly, on time, within the allowable time parameters to allow the city to have the benefit of all of these federal funds that have been appropriated. So,
Listen, I think, I appreciate that, and thank you for coming up and kind of giving a little synopsis, because it makes it clear for me. I think your priorities are exactly where they should be, to make sure that every project that we bring forward to Ken and the committee, that you vetted to make sure that it's an allowable project under the ARPA fund. So I think that is really where the focus needs to be spent, and it's helpful for me for that little synopsis. So
Okay.
I'm okay. Thank you.
all right, thank you.
Thanks, sir.
So now, can we made a motion to amend this first item? So we vote on it. You could proceed on this item?
Yes, sir.
And could we proceed on the other things that we okayed into April 26th? They go forward?
The vac truck bid is going out tomorrow. It was developed, it's going out tomorrow. The sidewalks, I have a new report for you, which I'm gonna hand out tonight, okay? And as far as the food, I think you wanna add that it's for West Haven citizens only, and then you can move ahead with that.
So I just want to be, so each resolution we're going to do, every resolution that comes out, if we need to amend it, we can do that at that time. That would suit, like, communication A1 would be, we want to amend and we want to add for West Haven residents only. The next one, A2, if there's something as we talk and discuss, if we need to, so that we can get these moved along. And again, I talked to you before, Ken, I think you and your committee, first of all, I thank all of you. It is not an easy job, and thank you very much for doing your part as well, sir. But yeah, okay, so we can, I think things will move along a lot quicker that way, and we can get things done and start getting this money hopefully out, so.
You need to change the amount of this too to 400,000
Right.
when you amend it.
Yeah, so I mean, I think communication A1 is the motion is that, as Stacy reads the whole resolution with the amendment that it's for, West Haven citizens only, that the amount is 400,000 as originally articulated in the April 25th approval, and then the rest of this resolution is fine.
So that, you're talking about
Yes.
the new one.
Tonight.
So on the new one, the motion on the floor is to remove the part of the old one about the bids. So I'm confused.
What, we took that back.
We're taking that
We're
back.
taking
gonna
that
take
back.
that back.
Okay.
I'm
All right.
sorry,
That-
can I speak?
Yes.
I don't wanna be out of order. I am just going to say, for the record, where it's like that 200,000 that's just out there swimming, if it's not allocated as it states on the April 25th, I'm a no. So if it's read that 100,000 is going towards elderly support, 100,000 is going to school-based, 100,000 is going to general funds, and 100,000 is going for infrastructure, I'll be a yes. But if it's not read as we instructed on the 25th, I'm a no.
Can I have a suggestion, if it's okay with everybody? So it sounds.
Do you want me to read it?
It sounds to me like like you wanna combine the old one with the new one.
Can I read it, Chairman?
Yes, if you'd like to.
Well, I don't,
And you already have the new one.
yes. Can I read it now?
Yes.
Well, we all in
'Cause this
favor?
is, I'm gonna,
I have a couple questions before.
Oh,
we
my
move on.
apologies.
I just have a couple questions, Ken. I know we spoke about this on the phone, but I just want to make it clear for the public. Can you let us know whether or not any money has been spent from this particular area yet?
No money of ARPA money has been spent at all
Okay.
to date.
All right, and so, for the nonprofit facilitator, are they gonna be volunteers, or are we paying them to?
Well, the way we see it is, we have created an application. We ask if they're a 501c3, we ask about their organization, we ask how long they've been in business, we ask them how many people they serve, we confirm they're a West Haven organization, and in that application, they request funds, whether it be infrastructure or funds infrastructure to support more giving of food, if you will, or money to give food. We evaluate that and then we award it.
Okay, so we don't know if they're gonna be making a salary.
Well, no, these are existing organizations that have their own budgets.
Okay.
We're just supplementing them,
So it's just, okay, I
Yeah.
get it, okay.
so no one's getting paid.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
just wanted to make sure of that. And that's it, that's it.
So I'll read it?
Any other questions before we read it? Okay, Councilwoman.
To the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your committee on council as a whole, to whom was referred the matter of Mayor Nancy Rossi's ARPA Committee invested plan regarding food bank support, reports that the committee met on the 31st day of May 2022 to consider said matter. It is unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Whereas the city is the receipt of the certain federal coronavirus stimulus funds, hereinafter referred to as ARPA funds, whereas the mayor has submitted to the council an outline plan for the expenditure of ARPA funds, whereas the city council has fiscal responsibility for the appropriation of ARPA funds under Section 4 of the city charter entitled Supplemental Appropriation, whereas the mayor, her administration, and impaneled the Citizen Review Committee have executive duties for administering ARPA funds, including but not limited to the purchasing requirements of Chapter 42 of the Code of the City of West Haven, attached hereto for reference, whereas the council is required to appropriate funds for projects the council selects to fund, whereas this resolution is intended to supersede and replace previous resolutions made on the subject matter. Resolved, that the city council hereby appropriates funding for the following project: food bank support, $400,000. This fund will support not-for-profit West Haven community kitchens for food and clothing bank operations that serve the residents of the city of West Haven exclusively. Funding will be made available as subgrants to West Haven charitable organizations to provide goods and services or invest in infrastructure improvements that address this mission. Community agencies located in West Haven are invited to request funding. Program A, Elderly Services, $100,000, provide funding for a not-for-profit West Haven-based facilitator to develop and manage a program to close the gap on food insecurity for our most vulnerable. It is envisioned that this program would collaborate with the City of West Haven Elderly Services and the West Haven Housing Authority to provide supplemental food to those 65 years and older that are in crisis. The program will provide food and personal hygiene items to participants. Program B, School-Based Services, $100,000. provide funding for not-for-profit West Haven-based facilitator to develop and manage a program to close the gap on food insecurity for our youth. It is envisioned that the program provider will collaborate with the West Haven Board of Education to create a process for our students to receive supplemental food. The program provider will be tasked with creating a procedure that allows students pre-K through 12, Board of Ed employees, or parents to request food and/or personal hygiene items when in crisis. This is anticipated to be a year-round program. In addition, the program provider will be required to set up and maintain in-house food pantries at locations chosen by the West Haven Board of Ed during the school year. Program C, General Services, $100,000. Provide funding to a West Haven not-for-profit based facilitator to assist them in providing food and/or personal hygiene items to those West Haven residents that may be in crisis. Program D, Infrastructure Improvement, $100,000. Provide funding for a West Haven-based not-for-profit organization that may need monetary assistance to develop, program, and/or improve infrastructure with the purpose of procuring food, assembling the food, managing distribution, and/or storage. Further resolved that Nancy Rossi, as mayor of the city of West Haven, shall A, develop a program narrative and project budget for the ARPA-funded program listed above. B, report said narrative budget and resulting expense accounting reports to the city council for oversight and monitoring no less than once monthly. C, that monthly reports to the council continue until all funds are expended and final reports are made to the U.S. Department of Treasury for the ARPA funding projects. D, that the contingency fund shall remain unappropriated until the city council authorizes transfer to an approved expense account. E, that all project cost runovers shall be approved by the city council before costs are incurred. And F, that all project surplus be returned to the ARPA contingency fund for further action by the city council. Further resolved, Nancy Rossi, as mayor of the city of West Haven, is authorized and directed to execute and deliver any and all documents related to this resolution on behalf of the city of West Haven, and to do and perform all acts and things which she deems to be necessary or appropriate to carry out the terms of such documents, including but not limited to executing and delivering all agreements and documents contemplated by such documents.
I'll make that motion to approve.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Please.
24 more to go.
We just had to get it our.
Who read that?
Hmm?
Who read
You're lucky you're not coming off of COVID or nothing.
that? I know.
Thank
Am
you.
I long-winded?
Thank you.
Thank you. You sent Ellie to the wrong house.
I forgot it was Who Shutters, not Who House.
If I, Mr. Chairman, may I speak about the sidewalks for a moment? A2? All right, so this is a good example of you, the council, holding on to the contingency. We have 250,000 earmarked for sidewalks. We did an extensive study across the city. The closest we can get to the 250 is 255, 588.81 for services that have already been sent out to bid. So this is just a matter of us making a phone call and say, do the job. As we continue looking at this, the real number to make the city safe for sidewalks is not 255, it's 409. And we've detailed every single area that there's a sidewalk deficiency where kids have to walk on grass, there's not appropriate crosswalks, or they're not ramps for ADA coming off of the corners. And this report speaks to that. In the case of McCrill, if you go to the first Google map picture, you can see some highlighted areas. And this information comes from the end users, and then we went out and we looked at it ourselves. So you come down Chase Lane, a student comes down Chase Lane. on an asphalt sidewalk that's in bad need of repair. They have to negotiate a parking lot entrance where we have observed parents rushing in to get their kids to school, and there being several near accidents, if you will. The solution to that problem is to take the island that exists in the parking lot, turn it into a sidewalk, and let the students not have to cross over traffic and walk towards the school where there's an entrance and existing sidewalks. We also found a similar situation on Jones Hill Road, where students come across a defined crosswalk, and then they have to walk in the road where there are buses and parents rushing out to leave the school. And we want to connect existing sidewalks, as marked in yellow, to give children safe passage to the school. And that's how we approached every single location.
Can I ask a question? Okay. So, I just have a question, as far as Washington School and, the Brown Street.
Yes.
Right now, if you go to Washington and Brown, none of those inclines are ADA compliant.
You are correct, and that's why we have 10 ADA ramps going in around Washington, starting at Brown, in this proposal.
Okay, so that's what I was gonna say, so
Yeah.
those 10 ADA will include that initial one?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, so I believe I said this to you before, and maybe it's in here, but I just need to make sure. If you're walking up Captain Thomas Boulevard, and you take the right after Turks, and you're walking maybe, I don't know, I'm not good with feet.
If you go to the second to last page, there's a
It's
picture
a-
for you.
Second to
I
last.
had a feeling this
Is
would come up.
that- Only because we took that corner again, and the kids were literally like, is this that? Not, that's not that.
It
Is
says
this
Circle
Turks?
Street in the upper right-hand corner.
Oh, this, Circle Street.
So I may have misunderstood you. What I'm looking at in this picture is a sidewalk that starts at Captain Thomas, goes along the marsh, takes a left into the school, and the kids never have to step in the street.
But, so I'm talking about this. So literally, so I'm just saying, so if you look at this, right, Ken?
Yep.
They come, there's Turks. They literally have to cross the street to walk here, to be over near the softball field, to get over here, to then cross the street again to go to the school, in lieu of walking here, crossing the street, and still being on the right path where the pool is.
that problem, right?
Well, I don't know, would they really cross the street to walk over here, to then cross the street again to get to the school?
See, we don't own all this property.
Who owns the marsh?
That's outside the school boundaries, and we found that there are
I
several
thought the
properties-
city owned it, okay.
Yeah, not all of them, but I can do something here as part of this project easily. But I won't-
I'm just saying that the likelihood is that kids walk here, they stay on this side, and they literally walk
Yeah.
2 or 3 deep here to cut across, to then all this doesn't have a sidewalk either. And I'm just saying, why doesn't there?
So the answer is a crossing guard here and direct kids to the sidewalk. We have a great sidewalk here.
Well, I don't even know what the traffic is. I'm just saying that that's where I think, because I know, because I drive there, I've come into contact with kids. Like, you literally get to 15 miles an hour, so you can get around the corner and see if there's a kid there.
So I understand your concern. I think the answer there is to mark that street to get to the sidewalk, and we get one of the security guards out there to make sure that the kids take that route. I don't know that I'm told we don't own all that property on the other side. That's the problem.
So do we own all the property going from so when you say we, do you mean the city doesn't own the property?
City.
Because,
The Board of Ed owns no property. It's all city property.
no, right, I know, but the city needs somebody's permission to put in a sidewalk? So
Yeah.
we went to all of those people and got permission.
So if you go to answer your question, I'd like to go to Robin's concern, which is the last page. And Robin brought up a very good concern about lack of sidewalk just south of the Blake Building. So it turns out that that block is privately owned, and there's a guardrail system there. the city has no right to put a sidewalk there. Now, it turns out the homeowner is possibly agreeable to giving up some of his land to put a sidewalk there, and we're negotiating with him now. But that's what happens. You can't just come in and slap a sidewalk wherever you want, and that's one of those issues. And that's a major one over there, near Kerrigan.
So, may I? So are you talking about like coming up there back toward? Yeah, I'm not really good with maps, sorry.
That was a concern you addressed.
Yes, but the school is on the other side.
Maybe the sidewalk's here, so the idea would
Right.
be, you gotta cross somewhere.
How do they cross safely? So maybe we will have a sidewalk here?
We're negotiating.
Okay, and then they would have to cross safely. Could there be a walkway, something here, a crosswalk? Thank you. Cause I remember when, they were making the streets wider, and they didn't have to get our permission to come onto the land to take some of the street. So
I
I
think the
wonder why-
city owns a certain, but in some cases they don't, and that's one of them. We address in this report McCrill, Bailey, West Haven High School. We address Colonial Boulevard. We have big deficiencies on Colonial Boulevard. We're deficient with 7 ADA ramps. We have deficiency with 10 ADA ramps on Washington. That comes at $255. If the council wants to move ahead with that, I would need $5,000 change out of contingency. However, the bigger plan is Kerrigan. We have asphalt sidewalks on Fairfax Street. We'd like to turn them into concrete. What's there now is not really that safe. 2 ADA ramps. Forest School, we have issues with deficient concrete sidewalks, and entrances to Josephine Avenue and Spruce Street are problematic for students to navigate. Savin Rock Community School, we're short 8 ADA ramps, and miscellaneous sections of concrete sidewalks need replacing along East Avenue, Park Street, Peck Avenue, and Thompson Street. Haley, we're short 4 ADA ramps, and we have deficient concrete sidewalk sections on both sides of South Street from the school heading towards Ocean Avenue. McCrill School, we're short 5 ADA ramps. We need sections of concrete replaced and asphalt sidewalks turned into concrete on Jones Hill Road and on Strathmore. Pagels, we want to connect the 2 existing sidewalks with a section of new sidewalk on Hubbard Road serving Pagel School. West Haven High School, Platt Avenue, replace sections of deficient concrete sidewalks on both sides of Platt Avenue servicing the high school, includes connecting existing sidewalks. So if the council wants to look at contingency, this is an example of what I was talking about, it'd be 409 to approve this.
Can I ask a question? So, this is outside of the scope of this, but it's near and dear to my heart. We're talking about, city streets around school facilities, but what about city streets around like our senior housing? What about Preet Street, what about Preet? What about Union School? How far can our senior citizens get in the community? You know, do you know, or can
I do,
can
and that's
we
an excellent, it's an excellent question. So it got really confusing trying to mix ARPA money with LoCIP money. So what we decided to do was relieve LoCIP money from all of this, use this strictly for ARPA, and then what you're talking about will be 100% funded by LoCIP.
Oh,
Where
okay.
Yeah, in the past, what's happened is you've taken LoCIP money, you've gone to Forest, you guys have approved work at Savin. All that goes away. The LoCIP bucket of money now goes to what you're talking about. I'll get your report on that. And ARPA money covers this. Because it literally got down to this section of sidewalk is LoCIP, this section of sidewalk is ARPA. It was insane. So we did it this way to break it up.
No, that's great, thank you. I'm only, because I was just thinking, if you're talking about contingency, should we broaden it? Because you're talking about like parks and how people get in and just making it, so no, thank you. I'm for more sidewalks being fixed. I vote to increase the funding.
Oh,
Yes, yes, no.
I have a question. So, Ken, on April 23rd, there was an email sent out by Ernie Curelli. It reads, "Once the ARPA fund is approved by the city council and passed to the ARPA committee, I will be forwarding the 4 bids received back in February 2022 and the signed 2-year contract for all citywide sidewalk projects to Chairman Ken Carney." Do we have the bids?
In my
Have we
last
signed-
packet, when I come to you guys, I bring a packet with me.
Mhm.
I put the 4 bids in the packet.
But do we have a signed contract?
We do.
And those were the,
Low bid.
okay.
Yes.
Just wanna make
You
sure.
are correct, yeah.
Okay, can we see the contract?
Did I bring it last time? Yes, absolutely. You know, get your contract.
The contract, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ken, so I'm in agreement with about adding more money.
Mhm.
My math, I'm not a mathematician, it's saying here, the total number of sidewalk work above budget was 119,078. I came up with 153,952 to meet that 409,540 from what we were looking at originally with 255, correct?
So you got 255. Do you have a calculator?
He's the one that usually does the numbers.
Take 255. Yeah, 250 was the original. The original
Oh,
request.
250 was the original?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, that's even, okay, so that's even more money though. That's what I'm saying, so that's 250.
So I'm asking
So
for
that
one.
should be 158,952 to match, to meet 409.
I got 159,540. 181.
159,955, yes.
Yeah.
81.
81. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm asking for 409 to
Right, I
do
just
all this
wanna,
work. Yeah.
I wanna, in this resolution, I wanna be able to change that money from 250 to 409. I'm just saying that the difference would be 100 and, again,
No, it's just the total, right, you just wanna change it from 409, 540.
so it's gonna add, 159.
May I suggest you mark this as Exhibit A and attach it to the resolution so we're all on the same page?
Any,
All right, I'm all set, thank you. That-
Chairman, listen, I think one of the more important things that we could do with this money is to work to fix the many, many decades of deferred infrastructure safety improvements. That goes to traffic signal safety, that goes to, in my mind, roads and bridges, that goes to sidewalks, especially for those that are in wheelchairs, trying to navigate some of the curb cuts that we have in town. So I do think this is a valuable project, and I do think we have the opportunity here to do it citywide. I think we should do it citywide, and I would support the 409, 540, 81.
I second.
I didn't realize I made a motion.
I'll read the resolution.
Would you like me to read it?
Chairman, can
Nope, he's got it.
Okay.
I ask that question?
Yeah.
Ken, just to kind of think a little further down the road here, and I know you got a lot on your plate, and I mean, this just shows there's a lot of detail. Has there been any further study broadening the heavy traffic neighborhoods where, for example, Ocean Ave area, Captain Thomas, has there been any further study to say, okay, city council, we've done this, I know you still have money left, would you like to proceed, we have this ready as well? Have we looked at that briefly at all?
Not that I'm aware. I can tell you that we went out and we witnessed each of these areas based on complaints that we received from the end user. So I feel comfortable that the most urgent issues made it to this list. The reality, though, is you could spend the whole $29 million on sidewalks. I mean, however, with the contingency plan, I may come back to you in 6 months to say, hey, guys, we found something else in sidewalks, would you approve more sidewalks? That's possible.
Cause I'm thinking in my mind, just witnessing the parade yesterday, you know, this is my personal thought, I don't know how the rest of the council feels, but witnessing the foot traffic on the business side of things where you've got craters on the sidewalks outside businesses at city property and, you know, it's a hazard. So
Sure.
that's where I'm thinking. So,
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Motion was second,
Let me read-
the clerk will read the resolution.
Well,
For the 409.
Yep. So, who made the motion? And
Oh, on.
Arnold did.
Ron?
Bridget second.
Okay. All right. So to the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your committee on council as a whole, to whom was referred the matter of Mayor Nancy R. Rossi's ARPA Community Investment Plan regarding child pedestrian safety, reports that the committee met on the 31st day of May 2022 to consider said matter. It is we're assuming it's the unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Whereas the city is in receipt of certain federal coronavirus stimulus funds, hereinafter referred to as ARPA funds. Whereas the mayor has submitted to the council an outlined plan for the expenditure of ARPA funds. Whereas the city council has fiscal responsibility for the appropriation of ARPA funds under section 4 of the city charter entitled Supplemental Appropriation. Whereas the mayor, her administration, and impaneled citizen review committee have executive duties for administering ARPA funds, including but not limited to the purchasing requirements of Chapter 42 of the Code of the City of West Haven, attached here too for reference. Whereas the council is required to appropriate funds for projects the council selects to fund. Whereas this resolution is intended to supersede and replace previous resolutions made on the same subject. Resolved that the city council hereby appropriates funding for the following project. Child pedestrian safety in the amount of $409,540,000.81. This fund enables the installation of new sidewalks and crosswalks on city streets around school facilities, provides continuity for existing partial sidewalks at parks, playgrounds, pocket parks, and similar places to promote walking to school and reduce reliance on buses and cars in accordance with the attached, Schedule A, or Exhibit A.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Further resolved that Nancy Rossi, as mayor of the city of West Haven, shall A, develop a program narrative and project budget for the ARPA-funded program listed above. B, report said narrative, budget, and resulting expense accounting reports to the city council for oversight and monitoring no less than once monthly. C, that monthly reports to the city council continue until all funds are expended and final reports are made to the U.S. Department of the Treasury for the ARPA-funded projects. D, that contingency funds shall remain unappropriated until the city council authorizes transfer to an approved expense account. E, that all project cost overruns shall be approved by the city council before costs are incurred. And F, that all project surplus be returned to the ARPA contingency fund for further action by the city council. Further resolved that Nancy R. Rossi, as the mayor of City of West Haven, is authorized and directed to execute and deliver any and all documents related to this resolution on behalf of the City of West Haven, and to do and perform all acts, things which she deems to be necessary or appropriate to carry out the terms of such documents, including but not limited to executing and delivering all agreements and documents contemplated by such documents.
All in favor of the resolution?
Aye.
Any discussion?
Any opposed?
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes.
Excellent. So moving on to A3. In this resolution, we are asking for more money for the vac truck within the $3 million bucket. We went from 480 to 530, and what we've done here is we didn't want to value engineer the truck. We wanted to give the city everything it needed, and we're anticipating a number closer to 530 versus 480. If you scroll down to the $1 million for grant matching funds, what happens around here is we have access to funds if we put up 25%. We typically don't have the money to pay for the 25%, so you lose 75%. This $1 million will allow us to grab additional grants, and that million will represent our 25%. Again, I'll be back here months from now and I'll say, we didn't spend the whole million, here it is, guys, put it back where you want to put it, or I may come back and say I have a chance to get 4 million if I can get another 100,000 out of contingency. That's how this works. We also have 1,470,000 to address immediate emergency flooding issues. So the sidewalks, I can make a phone call on and get that going right away. If this is approved, I can get flooding work done right away.
So when you say, I mean, only so that, you know, whoever is watching, and then Brian can put it in his New Haven Register article. When you say get immediate, who is it that you're contacting? Because we don't have the truck yet. So who's doing that?
So there's flooding happening that the truck won't help. We need to bring in the engineers, we need to, move
Oh,
catch
okay.
basins, add catch basins, raise curbs. Those kind of things are all over the city. We've never had enough money to address those issues. 1.470 will give us the opportunity, going through the bidding process, of course, to do this work right away.
Okay, that's what I was curious. So we
Yeah.
put out bids.
Of course.
Okay. Oh, I didn't know Public Works would get, overtime to go out there and, I don't know.
Yeah, there is
I
some.
wasn't
yeah.
sure how it was gonna be
Well, you bring up a good point,
allocated.
though, because there is some self-performing. I think this work might be too big for that,
Mm-hmm.
but there'll be times where there is self-performing and we couldn't pay for it before, now we can.
Right, okay. No, thank you so much.
Councilman Henry?
Ken, just to go further with that, immediate flooding issues could happen simultaneously all over the city. How would that be prioritized?
So, there's a hot list in City Hall, known by the Commissioner of Public Works. Your grants writer knows some of these areas. If we have funds, we can do some simple things to alleviate flooding in some of the worst areas. And if we have the 25% matching funds, we can get large money, like $8-10 million, if you will, to do structural changes in flooding areas, and that's what we're after.
How can I see that list? The hot list?
I think the hot list is gonna be.
That's
Yeah,
important.
Yeah, I think the hot list is probably defined differently by different people, but we can get you some information. I'll get you something.
Thank you.
Councilman Carver?
I'm just curious, we already okayed the truck. Now we're putting it in with this other resolution. Are we gonna keep it like this, or the other resolution is now null and void?
So we're asking for more money for the truck specifically.
Okay,
And again, we're giving you back the checkbook by saying this resolution gives you access to the contingency. One of the things I thought of was, when these bids come in, they're not gonna come in the same number. Who decides where that money goes? You should decide where that money goes. In these resolutions, you hold on to millions of dollars, and you move the money around as I come back and request it or give you back money.
okay.
So I think these are cleaner resolutions.
Okay. Also, can you tell us, has any money been spent yet?
Not one dime of our money's been spent.
Nothing.
Correct.
Are there any, expenses that are incurred and could be pending?
I think this guy's got a bill coming.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
If I could speak to
Yeah.
that, Mr. Attorney.
Sure.
Until the council acts on these resolutions, we have not even created the accounts in Munis to allow for expenditures.
Okay.
So, no money has been spent, no accounts have been assigned. They will be assigned, based upon the actions of the council.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
All set?
So Ken, for this resolution, basically A3 and A17 is correct? Is what we're looking at for this next resolution? You're saying A3?
A3 and
that includes
A17, you are correct.
A17, correct?
Yes.
And that would be a total of 6 million for that whole project?
No.
Okay,
3 million. You get 6 million.
okay, well, stormwater management's 3 million, and I was adding everything else, so It's just the 3 million. That
Just
was-
the 3 million, that's correct.
Okay, so all the other stuff, it's kind of a breakdown of that 3 million, correct?
Right, we wanted to, we
That's
wanted
what
to
I
show
wanted to
you
know.
where that
Right.
money was going.
Perfect.
Yeah, and that's why we raised the truck, because we didn't have enough money in the bucket for the truck.
All set, thank you. I'm all set.
I just want to, because it's really important, and we talked about this before with regards to why we wanted to hire an engineer. As far as what Councilwoman Hamilton said, that hot list is very different to many different people. And I'm gonna say something unpopular, it's just who I am, that I struggle with people who, work for the city and can be making decisions about a hot list when flooding could be actually impacting them. And Councilwoman Hamilton will just want to see the list, where I'm going to say why we want to see the list, is that I struggle with that, you know, people talk about how they know, and, you know, people in the sewer plant, and they talk about flooding. It is hard, and we just need to be transparent about relationships and the jobs that we have. That you're talking about flooding is so bad in, you know, the District 27. You live in District 27, so it is really. And Ken, you don't live in West Haven, which is a blessing, but you have a
I
business
actually live
in
on
West
Route
Haven.
1 in that building up there called
Right.
Baker Remodelers.
Yeah. No, I
I'm
know.
on high ground, by the way.
Right, you're on high ground, but that is where we struggle, is that employees who could be impacted by these things, we need to be transparent. That people, you know, the community needs to know that these decisions are being made by people that have no gain. So and that has just been a struggle, you know, for a while.
I think what you're talking about, in a certain sense, people who live in the city, who complain about this, who may or may not work for the city, it's kind of background noise, because you've authorized us to hire an engineer.
Yes,
That
right, and that's
engineer's-
what I want
yeah.
them to know. The engineer is going
That's
to be
correct.
weighing. So that's what I wanted. That everyone has a hot list, but the engineer is
At the end
going
of the day,
to.
the engineer says,
Yes.
if you alleviate flooding here, it's gonna help this over here. And that's all done in a public meeting. Those decisions are made in the
Yes.
public meeting, so I think we'll be okay there.
Right, and I just because I don't want people to think that it's this behind the scenes, you know, doing it. It's
Yeah.
the engineer that we're hiring
100%.
that has no. Yes,
You are
thank
100%
you.
correct.
I'd like to give them more money, but I know we're.
Finishing.
So Ken, so process-wise, when whatever we approve tonight, you'll be back at your next ARPA update to give us additional detail on the items that we approved tonight, right? Because I
Correct.
know, historically, I know that we've been working on a flooding mitigation plan in the city, right? I don't know what iteration that's in, I don't know how formal it is, but I know there has been outside engineers looking at certain areas of the city that flood. So I think, obviously, I would assume that that's going to be part of that process. I mean, I think we could all point to places in our districts, right, that
Right.
says this floods, that floods, and so, I mean, the reality is I think that the engineer would put a priority list together, and we kind of chip away, you know, at that list. So my assumption's correct, next time you come, you'll provide us additional information for the things that we approve, right?
That is correct. My next step is to contact those engineers, once you approve this, get that ball rolling, and explain to them that, unbiased, look at the flooding, but also keep an eye out for doing things that can bring in grant money. And that's where that $1 million comes in on the matching, the 75% versus the 25%. So I think you'll be happy with that process.
Thank you. All
That-
set?
I just want to add one more thing. I was hoping, I know at the end that there's extra money. Maybe some of that extra money we could use on this particular category.
You have that option, absolutely.
Okay, because this is something that
Yeah.
is really heavy in my district.
What's gonna happen is I'm gonna come to you and I'm gonna say, listen, we spoke to these 4 engineers, here's the engineer we hired. in order for this to go away, I need another $1 million. That's what's gonna happen. You know, and you'll have an opportunity to look at that, decide if you wanna move ahead, or say, Ken, stay with the original budget.
Okay, thank you.
Read the resolution?
I make a motion. Oh.
I just have a housekeeping issue, quick one.
Yeah.
So we're combining A3 and A17, they're separate on the agenda. Do we need to combine them as one on the agenda? I'm
Just
not-
go A3, just go A3.
Just go A3?
Yeah. 17 is, it's written on top, 17.
I make a motion to combine A3 and A17 on the agenda.
This is the confusing part I was talking about, is the revised communications are repeated in the new communications.
Right.
So it's just a new one. that
It's
is
just A3.
concerned.
Just A3, right?
Yeah.
Just
No,
A-
A17.
No, it's
new
A17
communication
too.
should go,
Oh, okay.
not the A3. A3 is the last one, which was partial.
Just make a motion to combine them.
Doug's telling me A17 is a communication that was voted on, not,
Should be voted.
it should be voted on, not A3.
A3 was the one previously voted on, A17 is the new one that's
Right.
added into this new resolution. So I think for housekeeping purposes, we should combine the two communications since we're approving them on one resolution.
I
You
make a
could,
motion.
except that A17 extinguishes the previous one in its verbiage. So it's not necessary to combine them. We did that for housekeeping purposes,
Well, why don't we just make a
So-
motion and combine them to be safe?
because they're contradictory.
I'm confused.
Because in here, it says whatever, this resolution will supersede the previous resolution, which was.
So Doug, A3 is no more?
Oh, so,
A3 is no longer necessary.
If you approve A17.
A17 extinguishes it
So this is
automatically.
Okay.
37.
All right, so why don't we
It's not clean.
remove,
yeah, so we need to remove one because for further, if this comes up on our agenda again, I need to know what communication to call it. So are we gonna call it A3 or A17?
all right, I make a motion that we delete A3.
A second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any discussion? Abstentions? Passes.
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
I make a motion to approve A17.
Second.
And as it's read in the resolution,
As it's
would you
read in
like
the
me to read it?
I can read it if you'd like.
And then, you wanna go ahead? I'll read it and you go ahead.
Yeah, I gotta.
By the time,
I'll be
I'll
excused.
read slow, okay?
Thanks.
I'll read, it's okay.
Nice talk to you.
Okay. To the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your committee on council as a whole, to whom was referred the matter of Mayor Nancy Rossi's ARPA Community Investment Plan regarding stormwater management and back truck, reports that the committee met on the 31st day of May 2022 to consider said matter. Whereas the city is in receipt of certain federal coronavirus stimulus funds hereinafter referred to as ARPA funds, whereas the mayor has submitted to the council an outlined plan for the expenditure of ARPA funds, whereas the city council has fiscal responsibility for the appropriation of ARPA funds under section 4 of the city charter entitled Supplemental Appropriations, whereas the mayor, her administration, and impaneled citizen review committee have executive duties for administering ARPA funds, including but not limited to the purchasing requirements of Chapter 42 of the Code of the City of West Haven, attached hereto for reference. Whereas the council is required to appropriate funds for projects the council selects to fund, whereas this resolution is intended to supersede and replace previous resolutions made on the same subject. Resolved, that the city council hereby appropriates funding for the following project. Stormwater management, $3 million. Funds are appropriated for stormwater management projects allocated as follows. $530,000 capital expenditure for specialized vacuum truck purchase. Said truck to be shared between the Sewer Commission and the Department of Public Works via an operating agreement to be negotiated by the Commissioner of Public Works for the maintenance of storm sewers and sanitary sewers. $1 million for grant matching funds, study funds, and development of a stormwater utility plan, including capitalization of the initial fund. $1,470,000 to address immediate needs for localized flooding hazards due to inadequate stormwater infrastructure. Further resolved that Nancy Rossi, as the mayor of the city of West Haven, shall A, develop a program narrative and project budget for the ARPA-funded program listed above. B, report said narrative, budget, and resulting expense accounting reports to the city council for oversight and monitoring no less than once monthly. C, that monthly reports to the council continue until all funds are expended and final reports are made to the U.S. Department of Treasury for the ARPA-funded projects. D, that contingency funds shall remain unappropriated until the city council authorizes transfer to an approved expense account. E, that all project cost overruns shall be approved by the city council before costs are incurred. And F, that all project surpluses be returned to the ARPA contingency fund for further action by the council. Further resolved that Nancy Rossi, as mayor of the city of West Haven, is authorized and directed to execute and deliver any and all documents related to this resolution on behalf of the city of West Haven, and to do and perform all acts and things which she deems to be necessary or appropriate to carry out the terms of such documents, including but not limited to executing and delivering all agreements and documents contemplated by such documents. That motion was made by Councilman Quagliani, seconded by Councilwoman Hosky, and the chairman will be back momentarily to ask for an all in favor.
Good time.
Just in time. We'll have the all in favor.
Okay. 73, 17. Okay.
We're just asking all in favor.
Oh, is that what we're doing?
We deleted A3, and now we read this as, now it's considered called A17, and I read it already, and we have a motion and a second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any discussion? Any abstentions? Motion passes.
Excellent.
Yes, you may.
So, remember before, there was a question as to whether or not we were gonna get the second phase of the money? Like we got the first 14, and then there was a
We got it.
question, did we ever get that we were getting it?
We got another transaction. It's short 5.4 million. We're waiting for an answer on that. But we have 24 million roughly.
Okay.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman. All of these resolutions are exactly the same, with the exception of the bold language. Is there a mechanism that allows you to just read the bold and save some time? I don't know.
I was hoping.
Can we get away with that?
Maybe the attorney can
You have a
answer
comment on
that?
No, I think we should read them.
I profess no expertise on
I think we should read 'em.
parliamentary procedure. My background is in
Okay, let's just read them.
compliance in court. I can tell you for whatever it's worth, when I'm in court all the time, there are formal documents where, in the appropriate circumstances, judge will say to me, do you wish to have the entire thing read, Mr. Gutberg? And I'll say, no, that's fine.
Is
I'm
legal
okay
on?
with waiving it. But I can't advise the council with any confidence on what is and isn't permitted.
All right, we'll proceed reading them.
It makes sense to you
I
folks,
don't
it
mind.
makes sense to me from a common sense perspective.
I don't mind. So,
Now, communication A4.
four.
Okay, so we, A4 or A5?
A4.
Well, four,
4.
But, yeah, why don't we skip to why he's here?
yeah.
I make a motion to skip A4 for now.
We don't need a motion to skip it, we could just,
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
we could
I got you, Ken.
turn
All right,
around.
thank you.
You're welcome.
So we have here kind of an exciting one. This gives us the opportunity to spend roughly $1 million on these pocket parks that are all over the city. That would include, landscaping work, bringing in additional landscaping, fixing sidewalks, bringing in benches, maybe the occasional swing or something. We also have the ability, if you approve this, to use $10,000 to go after some urban grant money by doing our $10,000 buy-in. Yeah, we did. How much is that?
10,000 grants, so the 10,000 is matching.
So Doug's telling us we got the $10,000 grant. It's a 50% match, so this 10,000 would allow us to access that other 10,000.
Can I ask a question? Is Ernie working with you on this?
The sidewalks, yes, and I haven't met with him on the parks, but yes, he'll be involved.
Okay, so I'm just saying, and I'd like you to write this down because it's very important for me. I had mentioned to Ernie, and I think I talked to Mark Payne about this idea of Old Grove Park or something, about having a park, not just swings for the younger generation, but now if you go to a lot of cities, you see parks for the older generation, parks where our seniors can go and utilize apparatuses that help them stay mobile, fit, give them range of motions, all kinds of stuff. And when I spoke to Ernie about it, I said, Old Grove Park or down at the beach, you have our housing, Oak Street right there, and people go down there all the time. Like, it'd be such a great opportunity. We think about parks, we always think about kids, but there's this growing trend
That's awesome.
to keep people,
Yeah.
55 and older in shape and things like that. So I just want to make sure, maybe Ernie wrote it down, but I just think it's really important that we look at the whole, it's just a really big, and parks and recreation is just a huge thing for me, so I'm really excited about the possibility of us doing that, especially like when you said the sidewalks, making sure they're ADA compliant and people can get into them, and maybe put pavers down at the Watt Park in the 5th. Brent Watt, it's not.
Yep.
It could use some upkeep.
Excellent.
My vote, I make a motion to approve.
You can make a motion, add it into the resolution.
No, it's open for discussion, it's fine.
Councilman Plank.
Hey, Ken, so there's a lot of stuff here for $1 million, right? Pocket parks, open space, trees, gardens, and I know you kind of touched on what your thoughts are. Listen, there has been so much de-densification, deforestation, if that's a word, in the community over the last several years with storms and private companies cutting trees in order for
Power lines.
power line management and the whole bit. So I'd really like to put a number just to use for planting of trees in this particular piece. Number one, just what your thoughts are on that. I just want to make sure that the trees get some priority as well, because again, these are, every year we go through the budget and we have a tiny little account for trees, and we're taking a whole lot more down than we're putting up. So this is an opportunity, again, I think, for us to play a little bit of catch up.
Okay.
If I may, there are 3 big tree grants that come up each year. We never go for them because we don't have the matching. The matching is 50%. We went for this little one. We got it. We're very confident now with all the work Leo's been doing to lay the groundwork for this. And he's gotten involved with the teams and the committees who actually approve these grants. So we feel very confident that this year, if we have the 50% match available, we can aggressively go for those and double the effort.
And what would that be, do you know?
Well, each grant was one that's 30, there's a couple small ones that are 10 each, so probably about 50,000.
Yeah, that's what I wrote down. So if we allocate $50,000 just for a tree,
Tree matching grants.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if we don't get the grants, you can just spend the cash outright. I'd like to see it leveraged first if we can.
just my comments, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
I think this is for the attorney, and I just want to make sure, because I know people are gonna ask. Putting money aside for matching grants is okay through ARPA?
I don't have an answer for you on that. I'd have to look at it. I think ARPA, the regulations that I have reviewed thus far speak to appropriate uses of the monies. And granted, they're not always clear. I'll put it this way, I have not read anything in the Treasury guidelines that I have reviewed which again are not crystal clear, that say thou shalt not do that. In other words, if monies are appropriated, or monies are approved to be spent in a particular way, and there are other sources of funding out there that might allow for leverage of those funds, I have not seen any regulations that would prohibit that.
Yeah, no, I'm not
That's the best I
saying-
can give you.
Thank you. I'm
Sure.
not saying
It's
it's
not it's a very good idea.
Sure.
I like that thinking we can leverage the money that we do have, but it's just, my concern, cause I know there's people out there that will make a big issue of it.
That's
We
my
all-
concern as well, believe me, that's why I'm here, that's my job. And if there's any issue with that, you'll be hearing about it, or the committee,
Yeah.
which is essentially my client, will be hearing about
You-
it. But
you're gonna-
if monies are appropriated for a proper purpose, and it just so happens through some other means that can lead to additional monies coming, not from ARPA funds, but from elsewhere, I don't think that's I don't view that as an ARPA issue.
Okay, thank you.
And to your point, you may hear from us that something did not cut the muster, and we have to change it, and that'll be up to you.
All right, thank you. I'm done.
Yes,
Ken?
Yes, sir.
This money here, for the pocket parks, open space and everything, it's not broken down anywhere, cause I know they were talking about, that project, the shoreline project on, across from the bathhouses there.
Yes.
Is money appropriated for that through this?
So it could be. I don't think me or the ARPA committee should decide where this money goes. I think we have to reach out to the citizens, we have to hear from our council people, we have to get proposals, and then we have to weigh what is the best value with the money we have. So if you have a proposal, give it to the ARPA committee and we'll weigh them all. Yeah.
Gary, it's not, just so you know, I'm sorry, the boardwalk project,
It is not in here?
What we're doing now, pardon me, for our bid now is just for design and site work for that project. And, they're using that design and site work, study to go out after additional grant funds. So this could be something part of it, but as of right now, it's
Okay.
yes.
So I'm really excited about this because I'm a volunteer at Sandy Point, and I'm gonna have to abstain from the vote because I am a volunteer there, but I was just curious, does the mayor, has she said to you any specific spots other than what was named in the little handout that she gave us? Nothing?
Nothing.
Okay, great.
Coast Guard shack, I apologize. Coast
Oh,
Guard shack.
Coast Guard, okay.
Yep.
So, as Councilwoman said, as far as being really excited about it, one of the things, and I know Councilman Quagliani talked about landscaping and the tree. I just hope that part of what I hope that we do is even reach out to the land trust. The land trust, they have a segment, a smaller committee where they call the Native Plant Initiative, the NPI. Very familiar with it. They came out and helped me plant native plants in my garden. And, you know, even on the green, I saw that there's just so much more we could do besides this constant annual flower beds, constant, you know, where we're just spending money, where if we planted the native plants, they flower and they do all this, the circle of life. So I really, and it's amazing how they grow. So I just really encourage you, like the Land Trust has been amazing. And, you know, they have this native plant initiative that I think that if we partner with, we're doing it with the firehouse in the center district, where we're doing redoing their landscaping, with Vertical Church. So I just think that there's such great opportunities, and I hope that we create those partnerships to do it.
We're going to have to, because I don't know the difference between a rose bush and a weed. So we have to bring those people in.
They might not want you to plant rose bushes. They might want you to plant Singing Star, I think, is one of them. I have one in my backyard. Huh? Yes, I'm showing off. So thank you so much. This is great.
Good.
So you want to amend the motion?
Or do we make one?
Just for everybody, so do we wait to find out if this grant money is able to be used as ARPA, or do we just do it, and if it's not, then we?
Yeah, you do it, and
Right?
it's gonna go through a vetting process, we'll come back.
That's all.
Yeah.
I mean, I wanna move things along, I
Yeah.
don't wanna get caught.
Yep.
I'm ready to read if you'd like.
So-
We're gonna amend it.
Yeah, I know.
Do we, anybody make a motion?
I, no, I would,
No,
no.
no, we made a motion.
No, we don't need a motion to amend anything, cause we haven't done anything yet.
I have a quick question for Ken.
Yes,
Just, like, I'm thinking back to the sidewalk thing and analyzing the process. So we have all different sizes of parks, all different communities. You have parks where there's tons of volunteers, and you have parks that are just no volunteers. How long do you think it's gonna take you and your team to get the list together? Because we keep talking about the time frame and getting things
Sure.
moving. Can you give us a professional guesstimate here?
My guesstimate is, we have 31 months left.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna spend the rest of this year gathering information on these parks, and this will be a spring project.
Okay.
That's my guess.
I just wanna clarify something. Did you say?
Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
Mayor. Ken, did you say we need to get, like, information to your, council, to your committee?
What I'm suggesting is, collectively, you know a lot more about these parks than I do. If you could flag for me any ideas you have, I would like to weigh those.
Thank you.
More questions? You wanna make a motion?
Okay, just, I make a motion, we approve communication A5 with the amendment, pocket parks, trees, open space, $1 million, of which 10,000 is specifically appropriated as a cash matching grant for the Urban Equity Tree Grant funded by DEEP, and also an additional $40,000 for other tree grant matching funds.
I second it.
No, we second it. All in favor?
We gotta read it.
Aye.
Your amendment, I'm gonna vote on your amendment for, your amendment there first. All in favor? Opposed?
Yes, he's not here.
Any more discussion on it? The amendment approves. Now you can read the resolution. Hey,
Are you ready for me?
Yeah,
Okay.
you wanna go read it? Well,
No, I'll read it.
you sure?
Yeah, I'm not sure we were supposed to amend anything, but that's okay.
She can, as long as we vote on it.
Your committee on council as a whole, to whom was referred the matter of Mayor Nancy Rossi's ARPA Community Investment Plan regarding neighborhood pocket parks, open space, trees, gardens, reports that the committee met on the 31st day of May 2022 to consider said matter. It is the unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Whereas the city is in receipt of certain federal coronavirus stimulus funds, hereinafter referred to as ARPA funds, whereas the mayor has submitted to the council an outline plan for the expenditure of ARPA funds, whereas the city council has fiscal responsibility for the appropriation of ARPA funds under section 4 of the city charter entitled supplemental appropriations, whereas the mayor, her administration, and impaneled citizen review committee have executive duties for administrating ARPA funds, including but not limited to the purchasing requirements of chapter 42 of the code of the city of West Haven. Attached here too for reference. Whereas the council is required to appropriate funds for projects the council selects to fund, whereas this resolution is intended to supersede and replace previous resolutions made on the same subject. Resolved that the city council hereby appropriates funding for the following project. Pocket Parks, Trees, Open Space, $1 million, of which $10,000 is specifically appropriated as a cash matching grant for the Urban Equity Tree Grant funded by DEEP, and an additional $40,000 is specifically appropriated for other tree matching grant funds. Further resolved that Nancy Rossi, as the mayor of the city of West Haven, shall A, develop a program narrative and project budget for the ARPA-funded program listed above, B, report said narrative budget and resulting expense accounting reports to the city council for oversight and monitoring no less than once monthly. C, that monthly reports to the council continue until all funds are expended and final reports are made to the U.S. Department of the Treasury for the ARPA-funded projects. D, that contingency funds shall remain unappropriated until the city council authorizes transfer to an approved expense account. E, that all project cost overruns shall be approved by the city council before costs are incurred, and F, that all project surpluses be returned to the ARPA contingency fund for further action by the city council. Further resolved that, Mayor Nancy Rossi, as mayor of the city of West Haven, is authorized and directed to execute and deliver any and all documents related to this resolution on behalf of the city of West Haven, and to do and perform all acts and things which she deems to be necessary or appropriate to carry out the terms of such documents, including but not limited to executing and delivering all agreements and documents contemplated by such documents.
Resolution was read in record. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
We already did, right?
Any more discussion?
Mm,
All in favor?
you have a second?
Aye.
Yeah, what's
I'll
in-
second.
Okay.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
And John Stone.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, thank you. Moving on to A6.
Hold on for a minute.
I'm
Let me
sorry.
interrupt you. Just to let everybody know, we're going as far as communication A, and then we're gonna call it a night. I'm gonna be in recess. We'll do a recess so that we don't have to redo the whole agenda again.
A what?
Okay, what?
AO? A what? A?
A9.
Oh.
Yeah, you just
Oh,
said
didn't I
A.
say A9?
Said A.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're
A9,
like
we're going as far as
Fonz, you
A9, then
went
we're gonna
A.
recess and we'll have to pick another night to finish this off.
Could we get to A10?
Why can't we go a little further? I mean, what's the purpose?
It's up to you, it's up to council people.
Get in as many in as possible.
What's the census?
Let's just keep going until I get it wrong.
All right.
We got one more communication.
That's not as good, that's not, all in favor?
All right, let's do A6.
All right, A6 is a game changer. It talks about a recycling center, like many other towns have, installed on Helm Street, city-owned property, where residents can drive up there, get rid of their trash, sectioned off by recyclables and trash, so on and so forth. It offers an opportunity for job opportunities to man the station, as well as collecting bottles and clothing for recycling. Now, this one also brings with it the longest lead time. We're thinking 6 months of design, 1 year to get a permit. That's 16 months, 18 months. So that's the urgency of this one.
I have a question. Something like this, though, is it gonna be secluded away so people don't see it? In other words, it's not gonna be an open field where they're gonna bring it. Is it gonna be fenced in?
Yeah, so the way these things work is by their very design, they're hidden from the street. Landscaping, there's a slope that's created for easy drop-off. You guys will see that design long before it becomes a reality. It's over on Helm Street, which is sort of already tucked away, but it's not gonna be something that's gonna be an eyesore, I can guarantee you that. And if you look at other communities, what they've done, by the very design, they're hidden and, you know, well camouflaged, if you will. And it's not a dump. I mean, it's not like, you know, you're dumping off food and stuff, you know?
Who was
Is
first?
it me?
Go ahead.
I don't, no, I don't, he was going back, you go.
No, go ahead.
So, I mean, so two questions. Is $1 million really gonna be enough?
Well, Doug says yes, I'm thinking no, but this is another situation where I have to come back to you and say, here's our design, here's our preliminary budget, what do you wanna do?
So, I mean, I've seen stuff like this before. So when you say that it creates jobs, are you thinking city jobs, or are we? Let me just
Yep, yep.
finish. I've seen I've seen places, for example, ACES, where they have workers that they come in and they'll take your contract and they'll have their it's like a work placement training type situation, where they would come in and run it for you and however that goes? Or are you thinking it's gonna be city jobs that were,
So the wish list plan, if everything lines up, stars the moon align, is that some of these opioid funds will help subsidize job training opportunities there. We had a positive conversation with the director of the APT Foundation, and she's very excited about looking at this project to take it on. The question's gonna come with DEEP, whether they're gonna require us to have somebody with some credentials as a manager. So what we're kind of envisioning now, I mean, the city's supposed to have a solid waste manager on staff, and our DPW commissioner doubles, triples, quadruples as that at the current moment. So perhaps we do that and fund it through that program. But the day-to-day operations of that facility, with any luck, will be funded, just as you said.
right, cause there's grants out there too, like you said the opioid, but there's also other grants, you know, I can't even think of them right now, but
Yeah, so we did
there's-
reach out to Goodwill as well as APT.
Right.
APT returned the call, so that's.
that
what
we,
might
but
want.
that can, the city of West Haven can apply for to get these monies to
Yes.
hire people and create, you know, a program or whatever, so, yes, thank you, that's what I was, and hopefully the landscaping, as somebody said, that it doesn't look like it, you'd pull up and you wouldn't even know, cause you'd have native plants and trees hiding all of that. It's gonna work with the land
Just to
trust.
explain, the difference in our opinion of value is that Commissioner McCarthy and I went and toured a couple of facilities. Some are quite grand, which is what Ken is thinking of. Some are very simple, some are just a line of dumpsters. So for $1 million, we can get to where we need to be. How grand it is, whether it has a roof or not, if it has a permanent scale or a portable scale, I mean, that's the difference between $1 million and $2 million. I think that if we were to do a reuse and recycling, bottle redemption center, all that, then we're getting into a building, and then Ken's gonna be right, we're gonna need more money. But to get the basics off the ground, to get us out of the curbside collection business for bulky waste, we can do it for $1 million.
What's that? Councilman Vaughn?
And thank you.
Thank you.
I'm in favor of this. I believe it will, clearly keep a lot of our trash off the streets, such as Spring Street, et cetera. People have somewhere to go with this trash, if you would. I believe that the best suited place also would be the, location that you have, Helm Street would be.
Yes.
The best appropriated spot in the city. I can't see where you can go anywhere else with it, but.
I agree.
I do agree with it. And I think it would be, a great asset to the city to stop a lot of our problems we're having with trash on the streets. People would have a place to go with it.
Listen, I'm on Marginal with the club, and every day I drive up, there's a mattress in the street.
Yep.
And many times I'm paying to have it removed.
Yep.
This may change that.
Yep. I agree. I agree. That's all I have. Thank you.
I am too in favor of this. Hopefully, and Doug, I think you and I talked a little bit about it, down the road, we'll be able to charge outside residents as well. If this thing all goes well, is that something we were looking at later down the road?
That's gonna depend on Deep's point of view.
Right.
Yeah, so I think that it would be wise to leave all business opportunities open to the city where they exist. But if Deep says that that's another level or tier of licensing or complication, then that's maybe something we'll talk about at that time. Pull back the city. residents.
Well, the reason why that is because if that's something we were looking at, maybe offering a little more money that, where Ken thinks it's gonna be more than the mill.
Right.
And you know what I mean? Do we do that now?
You can always come
Or
back.
do we?
No, come back,
rebuild?
come back.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll come back with a plan, give you budget.
All right, and again, this does fall under usage for the ARPA, correct?
Yes.
The money? I'm actually speaking to the lawyer. I know you, it's not, I know exactly what you're gonna say, right?
Yeah,
You
well,
can't
we've got
put
a
it
bit
in
of a,
there.
you know, it's a chicken and egg situation here. Once it's approved and saying, this is how we want to spend the money, then I gotta dive into it and make sure it's appropriate. And just so you all understand, this is an evolving process, it's being taken very seriously. The committee is in the process of engaging accountants who have specific expertise in auditing these types of programs and helping assure that expenditures are appropriate. And I look forward to sitting down with them and kicking around some of the very issues that you're asking me about now, because I want the answers to them as much as the council does.
I know
But-
it's very vague.
No, they're
When they put it
all,
out, kind of,
given where the city is, they're all very appropriate, understandable questions. And I want to get as clear an answers to them as we can get. But first, the message has to come, okay, we've approved spending money for X, and then one of the things we'll be looking at is, are we comfortable that this is within the Treasury guidelines about how these funds can be spent?
I understand that. The thing that scares me is that we approve everything and then 6 months down the road, we find we can't do 2 of them. And that's 6 months like we wasted, right, kind of.
Well, I think you'd know before that, and I would anticipate that you're gonna have 2 that you can't do. It's possible.
Right.
You know, but this gets us going. We'll come back and we'll say, we can't do this, where do you wanna spend the money?
I just don't wanna leave money on the table to give it back, is what we don't wanna do.
Mr. Chairman, if I just got a text from Lee, if I could read it to you. It says, "The council can vote to waive the reading and incorporate the paper resolution by reference as long as Stacy keeps track of it."
Thank you.
Here it is.
So, Ken, I'm really excited about this because I'm all about recycling. We had a great program in Newtown, and I was excited to see it here in West Haven, but I became aware of the fact that we aren't actually recycling our recyclables. We are actually putting them in the garbage, which is really upsetting. So I'm very much in favor of this. Just for the public's sake, I want to clarify that the Helm Street location is the location where the city was actually taking the bulk trash and putting it there, correct?
You stored it,
It was a temporary relay site
Yeah.
Okay,
because
so,
of the long lines in Bridgeport.
The history of that property is it used to be an incinerator for trash. Yeah,
okay.
that's correct.
And do we know the exact street address just for,
The street addresses are in the process of being reassigned. They're kind of a mishmash over the years, but it's 18, 20, and 24.
14,
1820?
the address?
Yeah,
The
I
Helm
think
Street?
it starts at 18 and goes odd, even numbers up to 24. It's 4 parcels there, one of which we don't really own yet, but we're in the process.
And,
14.
do we have a more detailed plan?
No, all we have is plans from other communities, and I should have brought one tonight.
Okay, I'd really like to see that.
Yeah, of course.
So,
A6.
that's it. Oh, one more thing. Just for, public clarity, have we spent any of this ARPA money doing any of the work at that site?
No ARPA money's
I
been
know, I
spent.
keep asking.
That's okay.
I'm just giving you a chance to set the
Yeah.
public record straight.
No ARPA money, yep.
Okay.
I have a quick question, Ken.
Sure.
So is there any type of pickup for, say, someone that's elderly that needs to recycle a mattress and they're not able to bring it to the recycle station? Is there any type of like truck that comes to pick these items up for them? How does
Right
that
now,
work?
it's called bulk trash pickup, which you bring out to the curb, and I'm assuming a relative or somebody brings it out.
Yeah.
I think the city would consider taking a truck and doing delivery, for
Right.
disabled people, sure.
Right now, if the city, if a resident can't dispose of a mattress at College Street, you can buy a $25 bag of mattress, and the city will pick it up.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
You bring a good point.
Thank you.
Ken, real quick.
Yes, sir.
And of course Doug just stepped out,
Yeah.
maybe you can answer. So Doug's saying 1 million, you're saying a little bit more. The part I'm thinking about is, oh, here's Doug. Does that 1 million include redoing and making an entrance to this, like actually making
Yes.
an access
All the
road area?
hardscape would be in the million, that's
Okay.
correct. Yes, definitely.
That's all I got. Yep.
Any more questions?
Second.
Motion approved by Councilwoman Hosky, seconded by
Thank you.
Councilman Bruno. We may agree to resolution.
We're gonna waive that, right? Reading it, and I'll just read this portion.
Yeah, as long as he says it's okay.
Yeah, so that's, yeah, okay. So, I'm just gonna read the portion,
The bold,
bold.
yes.
So, resolve that the city council hereby appropriates funding for the following project: recycling and reuse center, dry municipal solid waste transfer station, $1 million. This project is authorized to develop a recycling and reuse collection center at city-owned land on Helm Street, designated to eliminate bulk waste, curbside pickup, reduce the amount of recyclable items being disposed of in regular or bulk trash, enhance reuse of durable goods such as building materials, appliances, and clothing, and to capitalize on redeemable bottles while creating new job opportunities. Upon state permitting and site design, the mayor shall submit an operating plan and forecasted annual budget for council approval prior to construction activities commencing.
And I think you have to add to that, I'm sorry, waiving the reading of the rest of the resolution.
So do we wanna do that like as a general, for every, does it need to be done individually on every
No,
resolution, or?
he says the council can vote to waive the reading and incorporate the paper resolution, so maybe you just incorporate the paper resolution. So you would approve the.
Make a motion to
boom.
waive the reading of
Preamble opposed to
the preamble.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Okay,
All right.
motion on the resolution?
We have one, and Bruno seconded it.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Abstention? Opposed?
Opposed?
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Moving on to A7. We have here municipal building improvements. We're suggesting 640 for the senior center portion, interior refurbishment, 360 for specifically the roof of part of the senior center, and 650 for new windows at City Hall.
Something, because it's combined.
You got,
It's combined.
I know, but I have an issue. I have an issue with one of them.
So we're calling it.
There's not one citizen that wants the windows trust, not one.
Millie?
I would like to make a motion to separate all of these out independently. Each different item into a different resolution. I don't wanna be forced to have to vote no on things
Just for
that I.
housekeeping, they are already separated on our agenda, they're only together in the resolution until we, make a motion to put them together. So currently, they are separated on
Okay.
our agenda.
It just reads all together as one.
I know.
So
So
the resolutions makes them all together, but we could take them down individually.
you'll read them independently from each other for each vote, correct?
So if we don't agree with one, we just take it out.
Can I say something? Can I have a discussion? So Johnson Senior Center refurbishment and roof replacement over Child Development Center, that's the same building.
What number is it, A what?
A8 and A9, it's all the
Same
same.
building.
Oh, okay.
What I'm worried about is this.
Yeah,
I don't wanna
so,
vote for that.
right, so I would like to make a motion to approve A8 and A9.
What's A7, windows?
A7 is the windows, so I make a motion to approve $640,000 for the Johnson Senior Center I don't even have my glasses on, refurbishment, and $360,000 for the roof replacement over the Child Development Center.
Who's that? Any discussion? Councilman Bruno?
So, the motion on the floor is strictly for Johnson Community Center. There's nothing getting done on windows for,
The
that's my
motion is
question,
just
that's
to
why I'm
approve.
asking.
My motion is just to approve that. My motion is just to approve the two items, the roof and the refurbishment of the senior center. That's it. So my motion is the $1 million to do those things, the refurbishment and the child development center roof.
I'm not gonna vote for that, but I'll be all set.
I have a housekeeping question. I have a housekeeping question, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So, if we're gonna, we have a motion on the floor to approve A8 and A9, are we putting them together in one resolution? Because if we are, we need to eliminate one of them off the agenda and call it either A8 or A9 for future, reference and future,
I make a
communication.
motion to remove A8 from the agenda. That's what she just said.
A7, you mean?
No,
No, A8, like she just said.
yeah, so we either have to approve them separately or get rid of one off the agenda to approve them together. And I need to call it one communication. Or bookkeeping or housekeeping or whatever you wanna call it.
Who did this agenda? Like seriously, who?
So why don't we just eliminate the windows on this one?
We can do that, that's what I think her motion is.
Yeah.
But for the.
But to read but it's still, the other A8 and A9 are still separate.
They're still separate on the agenda, so I
Right.
just need to call it, I need to know what to call it for, when we refer to this in the future, if it comes back to us, I need to call it a communication, and I need to call it either A8 or A9.
I would just move all three of them separately, A7, A8, and A9.
We could do that too.
At least it's consistent on the agenda, right?
Yeah,
I take my motion back.
okay.
Can
Gary,
the
you have a
second?
question?
Take somebody, yeah, you take your second back.
I make a motion to approve A8 for $640,000 to approve the Johnson Center refurbishment.
We're gonna have discussion on that, right?
And we need a
We're
second
gonna have
first.
discussion.
Right?
You got a question?
Yeah, discussion on this. Ken, what are we looking to do there for that money? Do we have an idea?
Yeah, so we're getting a lot of interest from the senior community to spruce up the senior center. We're thinking new floors.
Elevator remodel,
Yep.
floors, windows, lighting,
Make it a much more attractive place.
furniture.
I thought we were moving it to the first floor. Did that change?
So, that's on the table. I think what we wanted to do first was to get an architect to go meet with them, come up with a furniture plan, design, and a scope of work that would fit the budget. But, improving the elevator speed and the condition of the elevator was high on their list. And moving it down so those who do take the stairs, it was less of a challenge. There's no reason why they can't go to the second floor if that's what they choose to do.
First floor.
Well, yes, it's first floor. In my mind, it's basement 1, 2, 3, but it's basically lower level, first floor, second floor. And how you label the floors, but.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, I was going the other way, so my first floor would be basement, I guess.
basement, yeah,
lower
so I
level.
don't wanna get, right,
Gotcha,
they don't wanna be in the basement.
right,
And they don't wanna be on the top floor either.
right.
There's no reason why we can't move them to
So
the
that
second
would be the
floor.
first floor there, okay.
Right, but
That
we
was
wanted
my-
to let a professional sit down and go through it with them and come up with a plan. And so he needs to hire an architect so we can get that started.
All right, now obviously if it's more than the 650 or 640, then you'll be coming back to us.
Within reason, I'll come back and I'll say, you know, for 200,000 more, we can achieve this. I
Yeah.
mean, we're gonna put a cap on it, we're not gonna let them spend, you know, $8 million, but yeah.
No, I agree. That's all I have for that one.
Ken, real quick.
Yes, sir.
With all the remodeling you've been doing lately, do we foresee another future spike in prices for basic remodeling of this? Right, cause I'm thinking down the road of, hey, guys, coming back, need another 100,000, everything went up.
Sure. The answer is materials continue to climb. They're harder to get. Labor is getting more expensive, and that will definitely impact the budget. The quicker we move, the better chance we have of avoiding some of that. We use a 2x4 as a basic comparison. So in 30 years, I never spent more than $3 on a 2x4. Every Monday I get a report. This week it was Tuesday. We're at $9.58. That's down from $12 and change 3 months ago, but we also saw it drop lower than that and be higher than that. So we're in a situation where there's a lot of fluctuation in pricing. We don't know how we're gonna hit it.
Okay. Also, thank you.
That's what I'm doing.
Hey, Ken, can you help me out a little bit with the windows here
Sure.
at the City Hall? My question is on, what's that?
Not on that one yet.
I think it's a separate motion. They're gonna.
Okay, good.
I'm waiting to go.
Ken, it sounds like you have like you and Doug have, pretty much put together sort of a preliminary plan, maybe the mayor has. Is there any way that we could get what you're talking about in a document?
We really don't.
So you
Our goal is to take this money, hire the architect, send him down there, study the building, do his discovery, come up with a plan, include FF&E, talk to some of the more vocal seniors, and then have a plan. At that point, I can present you with something.
Okay,
But anything I have in paper now, without understanding how the code affects that building
okay,
and doing the discovery, I have nothing for you.
okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, so I'm glad you said that, because as much as, or the councilwoman said, like, I just don't think anyone not working there, you know, like the director, she's a lovely lady, should be, like, her future, she should definitely be brought to the table. And it was always my understanding that they were moving to the first floor, so I am not interested in the elevator being upgraded. Like, there's just no need. I mean, the idea is to get them on the first floor, because if they're on the second floor and they needed to get out, they can't do it. So my understanding is that they were always, the goal was to get them to the first floor and refurbish, and that was my understanding. So I would definitely appreciate if we really had a conversation with the director of the senior center to see what her goal is.
Just so that you don't think we're misleading, there is no first floor. When you walk in at grade level, you go down to the lower level, you go up to the next level they call the first floor. There's a half a flight of stairs, so no matter where we put them, we have to do the elevator because that was their chief complaint.
Well, I guess my thought would be, and I've been there, my daughter went to nursery school at Noble Street, is that we would do a ramp or something else to get them up. Or can that not?
Yeah, we have an exterior ramp. So an interior ramp, literally, for every inch comes out a foot, you destroy the building.
You can't do
Yeah,
that.
we have an exterior ramp, I'm told. The elevator needs to be fixed, and it will service the seniors.
Any other questions? More discussion? The motion on, A8?
We have,
Okay, we're moving to a motion. We did, I'm sorry.
we have a motion made by Councilwoman Hosky, seconded by Councilwoman Hamilton. This was our discussion. And I
Okay.
can read,
Read the resolution.
you think I should read the whole thing, cause we're separating it out?
Hmm.
Yeah, okay. Alright, your committee on council as a whole, to whom was referred the matter of Mayor Nancy Rossi's ARPA Community Investment Plan regarding Municipal Building Improvement Center, Rossi's, Improvement Center, I'm sorry. Reports that the committee met on the 31st day of May 2022 to consider said matter. It is the unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Whereas the city is in receipt of certain federal coronavirus stimulus funds hereinafter referred to as ARPA funds. Whereas the mayor has submitted to the council an outline plan for the expenditure of ARPA funds. Whereas the city council has fiscal responsibility for the appropriation of ARPA funds under Section 4 of the city charter entitled Supplemental Appropriation. Whereas the mayor, her administration, and impaneled citizen review committee have executive duties for administering ARPA funds, including but not limited to the purchasing requirements of Chapter 42 of the Code of the City of West Haven attached hereto for reference. Whereas the council is required to appropriate funds for projects the council selects to fund. Whereas this resolution is intended to supersede and replace previous resolutions made on the same subject. Resolved, that the city council hereby appropriates funding for the following project. Municipal building improvements. $640,000 is allotted to improvements to the senior center portion of the Johnson Community Center for interior refurbishments. Further resolved, that Nancy Rossi, as mayor of the city of West Haven, shall A, develop a program narrative and program, project budget for the ARPA-funded programs listed above. B, report said narrative budget and resulting expense accounting reports to the city council for oversight and monitoring no less than once monthly. C, the monthly reports to the council, continue until all funds are expended and final reports are made to the U.S. Department of the Treasury for the ARPA-funded projects. D, that contingency fund shall remain unappropriated until the city council authorizes transfer to an approved expense account. E, that all project cost overruns shall be approved by the city council before costs are incurred. And F, that all project surpluses be returned to the ARPA contingency fund for further action by the city council. Further resolved, Nancy Rossi, as mayor of the city of West Haven, is authorized and directed to execute and deliver any and all documents relating to this resolution on behalf of the city of West Haven, and to do and perform all acts and things which she deems to be necessary or appropriate to carry out the terms of such documents, including but not limited to executing and delivering all agreements and documents contemplated by such documents.
Motion is read. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Resolution passes on A8. Communication A9.
I make a motion to pass, A9, 360,000 water for replacement of the roof.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, somebody else?
You.
Oh. Once these are approved, if they're both approved, they kind of go in conjunction with one another, or how are they gonna, is that
So,
gonna be separate?
we're being told that the roofing material could be out as long as 11 months. That's a problem.
Okay.
I think what's gonna happen is we're going to, get an architect to start working on the inside. We've already asked an architect, for pricing to do the roof. It came in under 10,000, so we have an architect lined up for that. We'll make that call tomorrow if this passes, and then we'll get things going.
Thank you. All set.
I have a question.
Sure.
You said it was $10,000 to do the roof?
The soft cost, the design,
Just the design?
Yes.
I was like,
just under 10,000.
Okay, all right.
Looks you good.
I would hire the guy that was 10,000 for that.
All right, so it doesn't sound like you're still waiting for the architect to get back to you, or you,
So the architect gave us a price.
Yep.
He was the low bidder.
okay,
On receiving approval tonight, I'll call the architect tomorrow and say, start designing the roof.
okay,
Yeah.
I got it, all right. No more questions, thanks.
All set, miss?
Just backtracking, maybe Doug knows, Ken, if you know, great.
Sure.
The roof is already leaking, correct? We've had it leaking issues with it, so it's like a dire need situation where we gotta address this, okay.
Yeah.
I'm just double checking, thank you.
Any more discussion?
So you're gonna waive the reading of the rest of the resolution, and I'll only read the portion in bold?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah, just the vote.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion made by Councilman Donovan, seconded by Councilwoman O'Connor and Councilman Johnstone to approve with the waiving of the rest of this resolution, and the body of this would be resolved that the city council hereby appropriates funding for the following project. Municipal building improvements. $360,000 is allotted to replacement of the roof over the Child Development Center portion of the Johnson Community Center.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion passes.
I make a motion to deny, A7.
I second it.
Yeah, this-
You could amend the motion or have discussion.
Discussion? Steve?
You wanna go first? So, as previously, in previous meeting, you know, City Hall it's old and we've got issues, right? So I'm on the record saying I have no issue with it. It's like an old car. At some point, you have to walk away from it. However, Mr. Coulter gave me a grand tour of things, and it is a safety issue. So here, I'm torn, personally. I'm not speaking for anybody else. Here's my question for either of you. Is there some grant out there that exists for something like this, for matching funds? Because it's kind of hard for, I know just myself, to sit here and say, these millions of dollars were meant for our citizens and taxpayers who are in dire need, and it's hard with everything that's happened to put money into City Hall, but at the same token, it's a safety issue, we have water coming through, so is there anything that exists, Doug?
Well, if you permit me to back up a bit, the previous version of this council 2 years ago approved a large chunk of money known as the ESCO project, Energy Services Company project. The mayor appointed me to represent the city building side and work with Commissioner McCarthy to develop a scope of work that would address all these energy improvement issues. And the Board of Education had Ken representing the school side. Ken and I have worked diligently with this plan for 2 years. There's a couple of things we learned. First, we didn't like the way they financed things, that we could do it better and for way less money on our own. So we put the project on hold. But the other thing we learned is there's certain enabling projects that don't really fit under the ESCO financing model, because you have to be able to have a very short-term cash payback on the improvement. So you can justify a new air conditioner because it's going to use a third of the electricity of the old one, but you can't justify a window because you went from one pane of glass to two, because it's a 30-40 year payback. So we can't replace the windows under an energy service contract on that type of performance measurement. We're not replacing the windows because of energy. We're not replacing the windows because of draft. We're replacing the windows because the springs are broken and the sashes come crashing down, or they're jammed in place and they can't be opened. When this building was designed, and just so those of you who don't know, I'm not only a licensed building official, but I'm also a certified mechanical inspector. So I know a lot about air conditioning systems. And when this building was designed, it was designed to have the windows open for ventilation. We don't have sufficient fresh air ventilation through a ductwork system for breathing air in this city hall. So we do have to keep the windows operable. The issue is that when we looked into remodeling the window and putting new springs in it, that was $225 a window. Then we looked into recaulking them because they leak. And as Ken will tell you, as the man who helped rescue the brick and reattach it to the building 15 years ago, if water gets behind the brick and it starts to freeze, that's when it's going to start pushing off the building again. 15 years ago, he spent a ton of money to screw the brick back onto the building. Yeah. And it should last forever, but if we start letting water get in, then that's a problem. So in Mr. Jackson's office, water comes pouring in through the windows. We spent $175 for each window just to do the third floor on the north side last year for caulking. So we've got the remodeling of the window 225, we've got the caulking at 175. Now we have to clean them and paint them. Now when we have broken panes, the caulking around these windows that holds the glass in, the glazing, that's all asbestos. So we can't replace broken glass without it becoming an asbestos project. So all these things add up. And Ken, who knows windows better than any of us, said, we're 2/3 of the way to new windows. What are we doing?
There also is an energy component to it. You know, we came out with infrared cameras. It's a single pane window. The heat in the winter is just racing out the building. We saw it on camera. The windows are extremely inefficient, and in the last 12 years, we've spent $9 million in City Hall. We got 16,000 square feet completely renovated for the Board of Ed. We have high efficiency boilers, 96% efficiency gas boilers. We've got new elevators. We need windows. The windows are not only ruining the inside of the building, they're jeopardizing the brick, they're jeopardizing the lintels, the steel lintels. They're creating an uncomfortable conditioned space in City Hall because they can't be opened, and you're losing energy. It's a no-brainer. I mean, it's federal funds to get new windows.
So the second part of that would be, under the explanation of it, says the administration feels duty-bound to replicate the architectural detailing of the windows. If it were to be a general window and not a custom design, would that obviously lower the cost of this project?
So the way it works, vinyl windows, aluminum reinforced, are all custom. There is no such thing as a stock window. If we went to a stock window, we'd have all kinds of problems. So each window will be custom made if you guys approve it. The grid pattern will be the same. The grids will be in between the panes of glass. You will have 98% of the UV rays that destroy your furniture, your carpet, will all be eliminated. The sound transmission will be reduced by 45%. The energy savings has got to be at least 15 to 20%. And you can open the window so it stays in position. You can tilt the window in for easy cleaning. And it makes for a much more comfortable environment for people who work here.
Thank you, Chairman. No further questions.
Councilman Hamilton?
Okay, I think my concern is the safety issue. I've seen windows in City Hall that just slam down. They don't stay up. God forbid if there was ever a fire, I'd be very nervous around here, right? It might be the only exit that we have out. What I would like to know is, since there are hazardous materials around it, does that drive up the cost when we're removing them?
So we've considered that based on a per unit price. We think we can do the whole building for $640. If we can't, the board will have a choice, the council have a choice to either do less windows or supplement it. But I think $640, we could do it.
I'm in favor of it, just because of the safety element of it.
I am also.
I agree.
Councilman Hosky?
So I just want to say that I can appreciate the living conditions or the working conditions, but when I weigh that against 55,000 residents and their quality of life, I don't know that, we're talking about safety. There's nothing in here to talk about the broadband access or the West Haven PD wanting cameras to keep that's in here?
No, is it?
Oh, no, it's not. And 15 to 20% savings on energy. Like we're gonna talk about safety. Well, let's watch the video what happened down in Milford. I haven't watched the video, but I know our police officers go out there every day. The 4th of July is coming. We always know that there's a big, huge party down at South Street. I've been, I think, probably for 2 weeks now asking, where's the broadband, where's the camera, why isn't that, why don't I have a resolution? And maybe it's on here? Which one?
A19.
19 is the police?
A19.
Is what? Is the police?
Broadband's in here too.
Monitoring cameras,
Broadband's 18.
broadband is 18. That's $100,000 for the library. Where's the cameras? Maybe I did miss it, and I apologize. Which number is it?
818. Broadband.
485,000.
Oh.
18 is the library. The library. Am I?
Where's these cameras?
Can you just tell me where's the cameras for the West Haven PD?
A19 is on the agenda, but I was, I read an email from, I believe it was Mr. Coulter, that he didn't have enough information to present, a resolution or have anything available this evening.
Just the broadband then.
So what I'm saying is that when we talk about safety, my concern is the 55,000 residents and the fact that people in our city do not want to go to the beach because they feel unsafe. But I need to be concerned whether or not an adult can open or close a window appropriately. I'm a no. Because on top of that, we passed April 24th, we wanted an energy audit and to get back information. And if we got that, then maybe I'm missing that too. So I'm a no, irregardless of what is said, I'm a no. Because I can't get broadband access for my West Haven PD to have cameras. That's for the library. Yes.
I think that if there was some way to compromise, I mean, like you were saying, maybe most of the windows or something, the worst of the worst. I know there's a lot of bad windows, but to try to, help the public and try to make sure that we're not trying to spend all this money on this. If we can take the worst of the worst windows and fix those, and then use the other money for something else, like Bridget was saying.
We have earmarked money for the cameras. That's a very important issue. Bridget's 100% correct. I'm in 10 West Haven houses a week, homeowners, and I hear that complaint, that the boardwalk is not as safe as it could be. What we're suggesting is we're looking at the end users to come to the table, tell us what they need, to understand it better, to answer your questions. We need to come back to you with a resolution that addresses that exactly. But that's a separate issue from windows that are slowly deteriorating your building.
May I speak? I spoke to Jermaine about the broadband. He has informed me the broadband has nothing to do with the cameras. The city has fiber optic cable throughout the city, and the cameras have to go on fiber optic cables, not the broadband. The cameras are supposed to be run on fiber optics, not the broadband. That's what he told me, speaking to him the other day. So, as far as the cameras go, I asked Doug. Doug says he didn't get enough information from the PD where the cameras are going to go or anything about it, so that's why we're holding off on them. There's no resolution for it. My opinion is this: if we're going to replace the windows, this building will probably last another 10 or 15, 20 years. To build a new city hall, like everybody said, let's build a new city hall, you're talking $40 million. The city ain't got $10 million to even buy anything right now, the way I see it. So if we got the money to replace some of the windows, which I've seen also in a hazardous condition, and also I understand part of this building is not secured because there's no locks on windows, where it's very important. So personally, I'm for this, to replace the windows, and I also seen windows pulling away from the building. So eventually maybe one of them will come out and hit somebody down on the driveway, and that should be very, very good. So, my opinion, I'm for this. Yes, ma'am.
Right, so I spoke to Jermaine and nobody has reached out to him.
I did.
I just want to finish, Chairman. Nobody has reached out to him for his opinion on the broadband. And you're right, the West Haven PD would have to work in conjunction with Jermaine. There's fiber, all that stuff is already run down at the beach. All they need to do is figure it out. And my point is, it's gone weeks. So if nobody's called Jermaine to have the conversation, that's a problem. And not having enough information, we got all of this, and say what it is. If we figured out how to give $1 million to the library for their building, how, after all of this time, with all the dumping on Marginal Drive and needing cameras down there, the West Haven PD need us to act. They need us to act. So if that's the chief's problem or the chief's fault, then maybe we need to ask our liaison to get in contact with him so we can get moving, so that Jermaine and our IT department can work with them to figure out how to get this all hooked up. Because people are tired of the dumping down in the second district. You're talking about safety, we need our cameras for the West Haven PD.
We're talking about A7 at this point, and we get to the cameras, we will definitely get into
I
that.
thought I still had the floor, with
Yeah,
all
but it's point of
respect.
order.
He did a point of order.
We're
I'm
way
just
off
saying
key.
it's a waste. No, it's not. I'm talking about, we're talking about safety. The public safety is important.
We're talking about A7 right now.
And with reference to the safety, there's other things where where the city needs to spend money on. So that's my point, and it could be a point of order to shut me up about safety in the city. Oh,
Not at all.
okay. No, well,
It's to do, when the time is necessary for that.
the
when we
time
talk
is
about it.
necessary for me to say, I think it's a waste of $640,000 when we could put that towards getting our, locations in the city safer.
Councilman Bruno?
Ken,
Yes, sir.
as Councilwoman Robin Watt mentioned, right, it was brought to my attention that it's a hazard, okay? These windows slam shut. They're single pane windows. The taxpayers in the city are paying for the energy costs for heat and air conditioning. It was described to me as being a hazard. I'm asking you, you're a contractor.
Yeah.
Is this something that it's in dire need? I don't know when we're ever gonna get the money to do it outside of the money
Sure.
that's in front of us now. But my question is, do you feel it's a need that should be addressed at this time?
I do, for all the reasons mentioned.
Okay. That's all I need to hear. Thank you.
Councilman Conigliani?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So listen, at the end of the day, dealing with safety committees and, in many of the jobs that I had, if we have notification of a hazard and we fail to act and somebody gets hurt, there's gonna be a liability. That said, do I think that we should replace the windows here? I think that we should move through some other communications before we get to vote on these particular windows. And the only reason why I say that is because in the mayor's plan, she's divided the I can't even pronounce the word, trounce 1 and trunk 2, right? 14.5 in trunk 1 and 14.5 in trunk 2. And she has the windows in the second one. So I am supportive of the windows, and I hope as we go through the rest of these projects that we will have enough money left over to approve the windows. But I'm not prepared to deny them, but I'm not prepared to approve them at this point either, considering that it was moved to the second phase. So I hate to be kind of that middle of the road person, but I think that's where I think I belong, right, with this particular issue.
Thank you. Councilman O'Connor? You all set?
I was gonna bring up the liability also, so it's been said.
Anyone else? Anybody like to make a motion to hold it?
Well, we have a motion on the floor, Mr. Chairman, it's a motion to deny, so we need to, and we have a second, we need to call,
Melly seconded it.
yeah, it's been
Oh, I
set, well,
thought
no,
you
it's
said we
been,
need a motion to deny.
no, there is a motion to deny on the floor, and Melly did second it.
Roll call vote.
Roll call.
So a yes would be to deny, and no would be not to deny, correct?
Right. We just have to finally.
Wait a minute,
Yeah, well, go ahead, Ron.
one moment before we do that.
Oh, she's gotta look for it. Go
Yeah, I
ahead.
gotta look for the
Okay.
thing anyway, so.
So, we have to make a decision on what is on the floor right now. So we cannot take into consideration what Councilman Quagliani said? Or how do we pull that back in?
Yeah.
We are. roll
Okay,
call.
I get it, so,
So the original one that we did on April 24th or 25th is still moving forward. None of that changes. My denial is to move on this and do the windows right now, in
Gotcha.
front of everything else. Because
Gotcha.
unfortunately, I
motion
didn't
right.
say what he said. Like, it's, there's other stuff. We're $5 million short. We're not getting all of the
I
money.
understand that.
It's, if we,
I get it.
no, I don't wanna take it back.
Motion to table?
I am, why? I still want the April 25th to go forward.
Yeah,
But it
yeah, so,
won't.
no, I
Well,
think
it said well.
if,
We didn't deny.
so, yeah, so we already have some sort of an approved resolution on A7 for the windows. So, since the agenda really doesn't specify that this is like an amendment to, only our resolution says that this supersedes. I think that if we deny the new version, since it was combined, that the old version would still be in play.
Right. That's my assumption.
We have to
as
maybe
well.
ask the lawyer.
He can't talk to that.
So can you read what the old resolution?
I got it right here.
Yeah, I sure can.
Yeah, if you read it out loud,
Yeah,
it'd be good.
I can read it. Want me to read it out loud?
Please.
Sure. Okay, so we have,
That's right.
whereas the city is in receipt of certain American Rescue Plan Act federal coronavirus stimulus funds, hereinafter referred to as ARPA funds. Whereas the city council has fiscal responsibility for the appropriation of ARPA funds under section 4 of the city charter entitled supplemental appropriation. Whereas the mayor, her administration, and impaneled citizen review committee have executive duties for administering ARPA funds pursuant to the city charter and relevant purchasing ordinance of the city of West Haven. Whereas the mayor desires to have an indication from the council on which projects they choose to fund and to what extent. Whereas the council requires a more detailed plan and work scope to make formal appropriations for the project in the mayor's ARPA plan presented to the council. Resolved that the city council has determined that the conceptual plans be further developed for the following projects and associated dollar amount. Municipal building improvements for $650,000 for window replacement at City Hall and an energy efficient study. And then it says further resolved that Nancy Rossi, as the mayor of the city of West Haven, may expend funds for architectural, engineering, and other planning services to more fully develop the projects and selected above, subject to chapter 42 purchasing procedures of the code of the city of West Haven. Further resolved that Nancy Rossi, mayor of the city of West Haven, will develop a program narrative and budget for the program listed above and present such plans to the city council for formal appropriations for these specific projects prior to the project implementation.
All right, may I speak to that? Number one, to do an energy study requires putting out to bid an RFQ, narrowing it down to 4 of the top scorers, asking them for pricing, and spending $30,000. Where that money comes from, I don't know, to tell us we gotta replace the windows. The windows have to be replaced whether you guys approve it or not, because we have OSHA issues, we have responsibility to the employees here. If you don't approve the windows, we're gonna repair the windows to the tune of $250,000. And that's a waste of money.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't disagree, Ken. And probably back when we approved that, I think the conversation was more about energy than it was safety. Again, I guess we're still in the discussion of this, but I mean, at the end of the day, I think we should replace the windows for City Hall. I think they need it. I think they need it for a long time. I think when I used to work in this building, they needed it. That said, I think we need to go through the rest of the programs before I'm comfortable deciding to move forward with the windows now. Specifically, that the administration indicated that this could be kind of the second bucket. So I'm not in favor of denying. I'm not in favor of approving right now and moving forward right away. I think you got a lot of other things in the fire. But I would like to get through the rest of the plan. That's just my own personal opinion, and then let's see what the funds are left available for this.
Ken, I'm sorry, Councilman Hamilton, do you want? Ken, like everything we discussed before, time is of the essence. So what's your professional guesstimate on this? Because like, what's the latest supply and demand for windows right now?
Sure. So we're seeing windows go up about 4.5% every 8 months. That's what we're seeing right now. Okay, consistent price increasing. Maybe the answer is, I'm just suggesting this, you approve the windows based on available funds, after everything else is approved, I don't know.
No further questions, Chairman.
Councilwoman Hamilton?
No, I wanted to be clear, so if we or I denied it, is there an opportunity that it comes up again, so we take a second look at it? I just don't want it to die, cause I still believe that this building, for safety reasons, I don't care about comfort, but I'd feel terrible if anything happened in this building and people were not able to get out.
Make the motion to hold it.
So what do you do with what's on the floor? That's what we gotta talk about.
So, we either have to move it, or you have to take back the second and the actual motion.
Yes,
Or
I
move the
wanna do
motion.
I mean, move the motion. If we're not, don't want to take a second or first back, you have to move the motion. So roll call vote.
So the motion, yes, would be to deny. Councilman Gary Donovan?
No.
Councilwoman Colleen O'Connor?
No.
Councilman Ronald Quagliani?
No.
Councilwoman Bridget Hosky?
Yes.
Councilwoman Millie Garthwaite?
Yes.
Which one?
Councilwoman Sarah Appabali?
Yes.
Councilman Mitchell Galvin is absent. Councilwoman Robin Hamilton?
No.
Councilman Victor Boris?
Wow. Big decision. Yes.
Unreal, Victor.
Councilman,
No.
Robert Bruno? Councilman Stephen
Unreal.
Johnstone?
No.
That was
And
unreal.
Chairman Peter Mazzaro?
No.
Yeah, you just did what you had to do.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that's 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'd like to make a motion that we table A7 for tonight.
Second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Any abstentions? Motion passes.
Okay, move on to A10.
Okay.
We're almost halfway through here, guys.
A10?
Yes. Okay, so this is a $1 million request for a shelter for families who would have a place to go in the event of emergency. Yes.
This is the transitional housing.
Is there any data
My-
on families that we house the, last 4 to 5 years, outside of the pandemic, or, what is the bell curve or the fluctuation in that data based on, the pandemic and what that might have caused? I know people say that we need housing, but I've had questions posed to me of, what's the data? what data are we referring to when we say this needs to be,
So we looked at two things that I looked at, and there may be more data. I'm told by the fire departments that when there's a fire, the city puts people in a hotel. I'm told when there's a flood, we pay to put people in a hotel. I also look at all of the surrounding cities, some larger, some smaller, and there's some service of city-owned property where a family, we're not talking about the homeless person who's homeless their whole life, we're talking about a family that can go to with children to stay a few nights in the event that their home it can't be lived in.
so that's, I guess, maybe that's the story we're not telling, is like, what are the guidelines for this housing crisis, or whatever we're gonna call it, like, what this, it's not, say, going to be, Columbus, the Columbus House, we're not gonna, it's going to be, well, I don't, what is
CC
the going to be?
Yeah, the model that we're using is CCA over in New Haven. So they have multiple apartments in the building. The families go there with kids. They are giving a housing advocate who immediately begins to find them housing while they're staying in this facility. And I think they're allowed to stay up to 3 weeks.
Is there an idea of how many units we'd want, like 2 or 3 bedroom, or is it, like, it can't, like, each apartment can house up to 6 people, or is it really just gonna be kind of like, maybe we'll have 2 bunk beds in each room?
So what we're seeing is 2 and 3 bedroom facilities. It may come down to a couple 3 families side by side with common parking, and I also think that it's not gonna be city run, it's gonna be for city residents, but run by a 501c3 that would bring their own HUD money to the table.
Thank you.
Councilman Brown?
Ken, thank you. Ken, I gotta tell you, I don't see this. We're not New Haven. We don't have 3-alarm fires every night. I pay close attention to the fire side of it. I just don't see it. And my question is, who's going to oversee this? Like how families receive it and how they would leave it? Who's gonna be responsible for maintenance of it and how?
So the answer to that question, there are organizations like CCA. They are operating out of city-owned buildings in New Haven. And in their budget, they maintain the maintenance, the staff, and the cleaning. Not a dime of city money goes to it. And that would be the goal here. Right now, we talk about a fire, there's floods, there's people losing power, there's storms that come through. We really, for a city of 56,000 people, don't have a nice place to send a family with kids for a couple nights. To me, it's kind of a black eye.
I hear you, and just to follow up on that, we had evacuations, Morrissey Manor down along the shore of the last hurricane, and 2, 3-family houses wouldn't do it. We had to put up 60 people, right?
You're gonna have those scenarios, but you have to have something. There's nothing right now.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, may I comment on this? If a residential unit is declared uninhabitable by an agent of the city of West Haven, it triggers the Federal Uniform Relocation Act. So we have to find a place for them. Usually we get assistance in that from the American Red Cross, at least for a brief period. And then we go after the property owner. It gets a little bit complicated if it's a house that is owned that catches fire and the fire marshal and the building department determine that the house is uninhabitable. It gets a little bit complicated. But there are federal requirements and some of the funds for the actual operation end up coming back in through uniform relocation. It doesn't always happen quickly because sometimes you have to lien the property, etc. But there is a revenue flow that goes with these types of items that Mr. Kern was mentioning.
Ken, have you spoken with Beth Sabo about this? Because she's been in charge of emergency management. You know, I'm on the Community Block Grant. She always comes and asks us for money. I know there's not a lot of families, because the Red Cross does help most people. I was under the impression when I was listening to all the people speak about ARPA that they didn't want money for this type of emergency. I thought they wanted money for when they couldn't make their rent because rents were too high. I mean, that's not something we can do, but how often would this emergency shelter really be used? Beth would know that.
So I haven't spoken to Beth about this issue specifically, but I can tell you that when your house cannot be lived in and you are afforded a clean, safe environment with children, it makes all the difference in the world, even it only happens a few times a year, and I think it happens more than that. United CT is paying rents throughout Connecticut. That's not a city function. I'm hearing that there's money through United CT to pay rents. Well, all I'm saying, if you look at other communities, they have these type of facilities. We can do this without any operation cost to the city. We can give it to an organization with a track record that performs this service and have a place for families to go in the event of emergency. And it's not gonna fit every situation. We're not gonna house 60 families, but you are gonna be able to take care of the people who have a real emergency who can't live in their house. And I think that's the spirit of the ARPA money, that's all I'm saying.
Councilman Hamilton?
I think it's important that West Haven takes care of its own. There's so many times that I hear that we're sending them, maybe to Milford, or sending them to New Haven.
Yep.
They don't feel safe in certain areas. I think that this is important, but I think I could see it being a little costly, but it sounds like you said that, like, it would be our building.
Correct.
So we would have to take care of the maintenance of it.
No.
No?
HUD dollars are available, so if you go down to CCA, I had Benita Grubbs come and speak before the ARPA committee to talk about what she does down there. I also had a contract through CCA to remodel their 17 units. So I was there for 6 months, I understood how it worked, I watched how it worked, and I saw families come in who wanted to get out of there as quickly as possible, but they came into a clean environment, they had a housing advocate person, they dedicate one apartment to a full-time maintenance guy, a one-bedroom, he just stays there, takes care of the whole property, all paid for by HUD and donations. The city of New Haven is not paying that, nor would the city of West Haven.
Do we have like, do we know where we might wanna find like these, houses or buildings? Have we located anything yet?
No, nothing. Not yet.
And would it be like, separate units, or are we trying to find, you know, like this block, this is what we're gonna do here? Have we talked about any of that?
I mean, ideally, if you had 2-3 families side by side, or across the street from each other, if they could be on one campus, that'd be the best scenario.
Thank you.
Victor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How about the liability of that? Say, the people that are in there, they're going through a stress, they're accident, something happens, they fall.
Sure.
Do they sue the city, or how does that work?
So the organization that runs it carries full insurance. They have their own attorneys, they deal with it. We're just, all we're doing is keeping West Haven people in West Haven in the event of emergency, providing the physical structure, and then they would run it.
Councilman Bruno?
I'm sorry, I'd like to make a motion to table this, and I'd like to get more information on what it costs the city at the hotel that we have an agreement at, up by the, Tex Roadhouse. We have an agreement there, and I'd like to just know what it costs us and how many times a year we're utilizing that, and I'd like to table it until we get more info on it. Can I get a motion, please?
Motion.
Second.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes, we'll hold it.
Okay, moving on to A11. You still with us? Aid to small business, 1 million.
To small business.
So this would be a application type system. Businesses would have to ask for aid for a specific reason related to COVID. And those applications would be reviewed and funds would be awarded under strict guidelines and oversight.
May I ask, you said applications, who sends out the applications and who receives them and who approves them?
So what would happen is your grants writer would help us write an application. The ARPA committee would receive them and we'd pass them on to City Hall and there'd be discussion as to, who's awarded the funds and who's not.
Are we in discussion?
Yeah. I have a question. Would you be advertising them in the papers, the newspapers and Facebook and whatever, like CDA does with the grant money? Would you be saying small businesses if you have
Yeah, very
problems?
similar to what CDA does. They do it very well. That's correct.
Thank you.
Million.
Ken, just so you're aware, there's no description here at all. It just says aid to small business in the resolution. And it also said that, also in A10, there was no description. That said, I'm just curious, I really can't vote on this because there's no description. I'm voting on what you're saying right now.
So again, it's a chicken and egg thing. We have to put considerable resources into developing a plan. And there's no sense spending those man hours or limited resources unless the council wants to do this. The council could vote for this and say, bring us back your plan, and we would be motivated to do that, but without knowing if you wanna do this or not, it just kinda sits there.
I would be okay with that, just, we need a plan.
Sure.
Can't vote on it unless we have a plan.
You could vote on it with the requirement of the plan.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
All set?
Yes, thank you.
Councilwoman Hosky?
I am, I don't know if Councilwoman Garthwaite is in favor of it, but I am, in favor of doing something for the small businesses or large, whatever it was. A10 and A10, they're not the same thing, I'm trying to look, A11. So this communication is really supposed to be A11, right?
Right.
Yeah, gosh. So, I see everything that, the direct cash aid to small businesses, and I just wanna say, this is gonna be unpopular, but the CDA does, a really great job, but they have some really, consistent year-over-year opportunities that it's the same people. It's the same 10 or 12 agencies that come to them. The last time, maybe one every year, they get new people. So I'm really concerned that not that you'll do this, but that we are historically, when I say we as a city, don't really get to the people who may need it. We all see all those front runners. And there are businesses out there. So we need to be really strategic in how we get this message out to, people. And that is my whole thing. And that, I'm sure I have a lot of other whole things. And that, this whole rental thing, I don't, one of the things is that, paying for people's rent, I said before that, there's a market rate and that, if we're gonna, one of the things, the mayor said is that we would help people who are moving and helping their lease. Well, we know right now that they're skyrocketing, right? And, a landlord could say, oh yeah, this is $45 a square foot, when in all actuality, market rate could be 32. So those are all the little things that concern me, especially how we're gonna advertise this and making sure that it's out there for all businesses and communicated.
On A11, I have some more information coming for you, that Doug's copying now. If you want to table it for a few minutes, I can go back to that.
I don't wanna table the things I said, though. I'd like us to take note of them.
Yeah. Already written down.
No,
already
I
written
know.
down.
I'm just saying, like, though, it's really, really important to me because we just don't do a good job. It's devastating when you hear people say, "Oh, I didn't know. Oh, I didn't know," and the same people get all the grant money.
Understood.
Make a motion to table it until Doug comes back, and we can go on to next one. Chairman.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Oh.
Any abstentions?
Oh, that is. Oh. what was the name?
Passes.
A12.
A12.
Are we voting now? Motion to deny. Make a motion.
Do I need to say anything in A12, or do you guys want to talk about A12?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to deny A12.
A12?
Well, you do it after we deny.
She can make a motion, you know, you go over
That's how we
discussion.
open discussion.
Yeah, we need a second.
Need a second?
Second.
Now we can
Discussion?
You want to discuss why you said no?
Oh, I'm sorry. I am not in favor of this at all. Even selling the land for $1, nothing about this is anything that we should even be considering right now.
My reason I say no is that I think the Village Improvement District is moving forward with the location that they want. They have no interest in building on a city site. If they have no interest in building on the city site, I think this $1 million can be allocated elsewhere, or we can hold it pending, you know, whether we get that $5 million later on. But right now, they've already said they're not gonna build on our site, and I think I would rather, for safety purposes, give $1 million to the West Haven PD for broadband access and cameras. But I know that's not the topic at hand, I'm just saying.
You should put this money back in contingency. That's all I'm saying.
You didn't have the floor.
You all set?
Yes, I'm good.
Councilman Hamilton?
Yeah, I kind of feel like, Councilwoman Hosky also, this is not the plan that they wanted to go with. And, they were in front of P and Z approved what they, you know, where they wanted to build. And I think if we gave this to them, I would like to know, could they spend this in time for the ARPA, like within the ARPA,
Probably not.
plan? I don't wanna lose it.
Yeah.
I'd rather see it go somewhere else than to lose it. And so I would deny it also.
Anyone else? I got something to say. If they went on the site, like Councilwoman Hosky said, they would be able to use the $1 million that is appropriated here. They would be ahead of $1 million because they wouldn't have to spend $640 or whatever they're paying for the property they want. So, my personal opinion, they just want to do it their way and only their way. And at the P&Z meeting, we were discussed, I think you were present there, we were discussed and saying that we're tough to work with. I mean, we've done quite a bit for them, bent over backwards quite a bit, and to give them a piece of property which they said they would never seen or never wouldn't have a bus route and all that stuff, but besides the point, there's ways to help them out if they went to that piece of property behind Kerrigan. It's not really behind Kerrigan, it's above Kerrigan, which they would have an exit out of Fairfax Street, but I guess they refuse to listen to anybody. So personally, I would say, my opinion, I would hold it too. That's all.
So, yeah, I would agree that we put it in a contingency for the library, because we all know that there's a library that's needed in the Allentown district, right? So, I wouldn't want the money to be spent and not be considered for the library, but until they come before us and wanna do it at Carrigan or whatever, we'll put it aside in a contingency fund for them, so the money's not spent elsewhere.
That's not the motion.
Oh, I apologize, go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
No, I think you're right, but.
Okay, fair enough.
So my discussion is, I think that we should take this money and put it into contingency, and if the library comes in front of us within the time frame and they have a business plan that they're ready to rock and roll and build the library and they're short $1 million, then I think that maybe, there's a consideration at that point, but I think that the money should be put into contingency.
So we gotta,
Any other discussion?
Just quick before we vote, so a yes would be deny this, and is there an amendment to it?
Not yet.
No.
So,
So I'll take back my second. So the motion is to move the $1 million into a contingency for the library.
Second.
Second.
How many seconds do I need?
Any other discussion?
all in favor?
We're tired.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any abstentions? Motion passes. You wanna go back to, A11?
I make a motion that we approve communication A11 for the purpose of formulating a plan and bringing the plan back to the council for review and approval.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
So, I guess my question is it, when we're approving it, is it, are we approving it with the whole resolution written the way it was written? With that wordage in it? 'Cause we
Well, the
didn't
only
have
thing that
time-
was written was aid to small business $1 million, right? And then the rest is the standard boilerplate, but with that amendment that it's
Formulating
it's approved to formulate a plan,
and bring back.
to bring back to the council for review and approval, right?
So we're keeping the whole rest of the resolution as it is,
Yeah.
Does that work, Ken?
right?
Yes,
That
that's
works?
correct, yep.
Okay.
You wanna read that?
Do you want me to read it?
We already voted
We
on
did,
it, right?
yeah.
Yeah, and we said as long as you keep track.
I understand it, as long as I understand it.
I'm very tired.
Yeah. So,
A13.
All right, guys, we're halfway home. Hang in
yeah,
there.
you're,
Just hang it up.
a motion to, I put out a motion not to approve, but a motion to approve just to discuss this public health outreach for $680,000. So I don't want anyone to think I wanna do this. I just wanna get it out so we can discuss it. It's
We,
$680,000 for the public health outreach.
we would ask that you treat this the same way you treated A11,
Yeah.
approval pending a plan brought before you.
So, I just need to say, can I talk? Did we do that? Like, brought out a motion to discuss? I don't think anyone.
Yeah, we haven't done that
Okay,
yet,
so Ken, my struggle is this, if you took the time, I'm just saying, if you took the time to listen to our health director, she'd ask for any of this. She has no thoughts about it, she was like, you don't need to do it, I need some furniture for a room, that's about it. I mean, seriously, when you think about it, like, how was she not at the table when these discussions happened? She said she wasn't, other people said she was.
Sure.
All I'm going by is that I too think, why are we going to spend $680,000 to do all of this? If people wanted to go out of the country, they can come into the city hall to get these shots. all I'm thinking is, we spend all this money, God forbid we have another outbreak, City Hall closes down, people can't get in. Why are we spending the money? We have we have Doc's Urgent Care, which was fabulous when Tiana was sick with the flu last week. They were amazing with her. We have the Cornell Hill Scott Center just up the street that did all of those renovations.
So you bring up two excellent points.
I
You
appreciate
have
that,
those
Ken.
two facilities,
Mhm.
but they need money to give shots to people
not
who do.
what this is,
No,
though.
but we're suggesting we're gonna bring that plan back.
Okay,
Yeah,
so,
here's what we're
okay.
suggesting. There turns out there's a large community in West Haven of people who literally don't have access to healthcare. We don't think, or I don't think, and this is up for debate, that City Hall can handle that. We think that the two organizations you just mentioned could be a partnership, and we could literally fund that, take care of West Haven residents, and not cost us a dime more
And
than
we
this.
have the clinic at the high school. Could you imagine that maybe we could help them fund something at Bailey? Maybe we could fund, you know what I mean? Like there's
You're 100% correct. I think that's how everybody feels. What I'm suggesting is that you approve it, but put it on hold pending a plan, like you did A11. That way the money's earmarked for that. When I come back with the plan, you could say increase it or decrease it. We don't care.
Okay, all right, now my motion is to approve it. Approve it. No? You're holding your head.
Make a motion.
Well, I didn't know, people still wanna discuss it.
Anybody else? Any other discussion on this?
So I want to amend my motion. Can you say that? No, you said on the last one, real quick.
You want me to say
Copy
it?
the same thing.
Yes.
So you're approving the public health outreach for $680,000, based on formulating a plan, and bringing it back to the council for their approval.
Yes. Can I have a second?
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any abstentions?
So that's for the amendment. After we vote for the entire thing, right? Oh, that's for the whole thing? Oh, okay, I'm very excited. And I really can, just to add to this, sorry, is that I hope that we do reach out to the Board of Ed and talk to them about what services that they can, at the high school and anywhere else in the city, I think would help.
Nope, we're in
Councilman
this,
Buckley, you wanna-
totally on the same page.
So, what's the matter?
I just wanna know who seconded that.
Oh,
I did.
Mr. Chairman, listen, not that I don't love staying here till all hours of the evening, but I think as the hours drag on, maybe, I don't wanna say our due diligence gets less, but we have quite a hefty agenda, and to do all of these communications there fair justice, I maybe would suggest if we could have another special meeting to finish the rest of these. We have probably 10 or 12 of them left.
Guys, can we get to A15, and then call it a night? And I'll tell you why, because that's part of the budget coming up that we need to discuss.
You don't have to do anything with this, right? I
What's
mean, you don't have to, it's already done, right? It's the paving?
Well, I need official clearance to pay for the paving.
Oh,
Yeah.
got it. I make a motion to approve A15.
Wait a second.
14's here, so there's gonna be a lot
Any
of
discussion?
I have discussion.
All right.
With paving?
Who seconded that? Bruno?
So listen, I don't wanna hold up your payment, but in my mind, I'm gonna go back to deferred maintenance and infrastructure and traffic control and sidewalks and bridges and street paving, and I'd really like to add to this number. Maybe I don't have to do that tonight.
Yeah.
But I do think this number needs to go north.
There's $1 million of library money.
I know we can get $1 million to put on it right now.
Yeah, thank you for your help. So I just want to make that as discussion. I think I'd like to, even if we pass A15, I would like to revisit and potentially, when we do our end calculations, if there's extra money to do some additional street paving.
I had one question.
I just want to say for public record, can you explain to the public when this paving was done?
When it was cheaper.
when was that done?
Last season,
Last
paving season.
last paving season. Yeah.
When was that? Was that spring? Was that fall?
September, maybe?
September.
September last year, okay.
September, yeah.
So I heard that there was only $800,000 that was bonded? So we did the paving without even having the money?
So I have nothing to do with that. I'm just
Maybe it's
reporting
for
to you.
Doug. Maybe it's for Doug.
Actually, Mr. Jackson probably better off answering this because, not to pass the buck, but, so the vendor came to the Commissioner of Public Works and said, I'm gonna give you a narrow window of opportunity at this year's price, which was summer of '21's price, to get more paving done. I have slack in my schedule. Next year, my cost is gonna be at least 30% more to the city for two reasons. One, the cost of oil is skyrocketing, and it's gone up more than he anticipated it would. And the second reason is there was a lot of Biden infrastructure money coming, and they said that the state of Connecticut and the federal government were gonna take up all the industry capacity, and it wouldn't be able to service us in this coming year, all of which has come true. So the commissioner took the opportunity at that extreme discount to get as much done as he could within the vendor's schedule. And that was done, commonly referred to as deficit spending, to be caught up with later at the end of the budget year. So what this does is it backfills that, so you don't have to worry about where to pay for that in your regular budget. That's the reason.
And I just want to clarify, it is my understanding that we approved bonding for that, the 2 million prior. We were always going to pave, street pave, $2 million. We were just gonna bond for it, like, later. That's how we were gonna pay for it. Whereas now we did it last year and we wanna use ARPA funding. That was my understanding, Mr. Jackson. Do you know what I'm talking about? I know this prior to you coming in, but it was $2 million allocated in this year's budget in bonding.
You are right, it is prior to my time. I have had some conversations with folks around the office about how it came to be, and I think that Mr. Coulter's explanation of how it came to be is accurate. It is, deficit spending is not a widely accepted practice. We should have the funds in hand. They should be budgeted. They should be spent as authorized by this body. That did not happen in this case. We need to rectify those books. We can do it through this mechanism. We can, theoretically, we could slot it into the next bond issuance, but that's not until fall, in which case we're going to have a problem with the vendor who has extended the credit on this, which is, I think, why it came to the attention of the ARPA committee as an eligible expense and a way to clear the books so that we can continue to roll forward in a necessary project, a necessary annual project of road paving.
Correct.
Thank you.
This is for you, attorney. I just want to make absolutely certain there was many discussions about paving in ARPA money. Are you 100% sure that this money can be used for paving?
Attorneys are never 100% anything, just so you know, but that's all right.
Yeah, the one thing we're always taught to never say never, never say always. That said, I've just shown the way the ARPA funds are set up. There is $10 million, which essentially can be, as I understand it, revenue replacement. It doesn't have to necessarily slot into particular categories. And my understanding is that the way the proposals are set up, the paving monies that we're talking about are in that $10 million. So that's in essence a safe harbor, if you will, where it can be used for whatever municipalities use money for. So I won't say 100%, but I feel quite comfortable with it in that $10 million category, that it is an appropriate expenditure of the ARPA funds.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Hey Doug, do you know is about the Biden infrastructure money? Is that something that, or Mr. Jackson, is that something that we're going to see soon? An allocation for infrastructure money?
It won't be an allocation, it's competitive grants, and we are actively pursuing that. And one of the things with ARPA, all the advice we got from the people early on, is look at all the opportunities for each one of your projects and see if ARPA is the only place it can be funded, and that's a good ARPA project. If there's other funding sources, then don't spend ARPA money on that. So that's why the windows ended up in ARPA, but it's also why the camera budget is so small. If you look at what New Haven PD just spent on cameras, Mr. Jackson, I think it was millions.
I used to oversee EOC in New Haven, and I could go into the EOC center and grab a license plate off of any automobile on any road anywhere in the city of New Haven. The cameras are that good. The opportunity for emergency management is that good. There may be some, there are some challenges to utilization embedded in state statute, but when the chips are down in the city of New Haven, there's no better place to be than in EOC, because you can see the whole city in one broad look.
That's many millions. We can't do it on ARPA. So that's why we have a very small, I think it was just the boardwalk cameras that Chief Perno had asked for, which is still an active project. We're just waiting for their vendor to give us some details so we have something to write. We don't, other than the title of the project, we really don't know anything about it yet. But my point is that there's a lot of money coming for that, for street lights, traffic lights, crosswalks, bike lanes, all that stuff. Millions of dollars available to us in competitive grants that we're actively pursuing now. And we think we should hold our powder dry with ARPA for that type of spending if there's that many millions available.
So when do you think we'll start seeing those applications in front of us, Doug?
The NOFOs are starting to come out now and in September.
Notice of funding opportunity?
Yes, sir.
Hey, all right. Okay, thank you.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I'm opposed, specifically just because of
Abstentions?
the process.
Motion passes.
Can we get 14 out of you and call it a night? Bridge the gap between 13 and 15?
Nope.
No,
14's gonna be a big discussion. The Arts Center. Yeah, that, we'll be
No
here
good?
till 11 on that one
I'll do
alone.
that too, all right.
We're gonna recess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Until when?
And, how
Until
about-
when?
How about June 2nd? We have a meeting June 2nd?
Thursday?
It's a Thursday night,
Can we eat first?
this Thursday.
Can Ken make it this Thursday?
Some of us, our emails are off, so we'll make sure
Okay.
Can you do Thursday, Ken?
Guys, my sincere apologies. It's a short week for me. I do most of my sales at night. I don't have my appointment book in front of me. I don't know if Thursday's an option for me. I can let you know when I go to my car and text you, but it might be a problem.
How about tomorrow night?
No, so you can't notice it, right?
You have to
We have
notice
to
it.
notice it.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just text you a couple nights, that
Yeah,
works for you.
all right.
Don't make it the 14th of June.
I won't.
You know what that is?
Is that your
Yes.
birthday? Can I make it?
Well, you might want
Can I
to,
make it, bring a
right?
cake?
Yes.
Why do we have to recess this meeting?
Wait,
Why don't we just, we'll have to notice
Yeah, why don't we
the
just
meeting
adjourn
anyway.
and
I
start
don't
over?
understand. Yeah, but,
Yeah.
well,
We can use the same agenda?
no, we would have to.
No,
have to
we
do
should
it
really
anyway.
try to update it.
No, I think if we end the meeting, we have
That's why I
to,
wanna end the meeting.
yeah, we need to say something about the rest of the
Yeah.
communications. We
I don't
just
wanna end
can't
the meeting.
leave.
All right.
Unless you
Whatever you
say
wanna
we're
do.
holding communications
Say the word recess until
14,
you get up.
50,
We're
16,
recess. Do
something.
recess.
All right, Andrew, we're in recess.
We're in recess.